enjoyed Jason's content, why don't you hit the like button? It really does help, darlings.
The birth and pains of a brand new time echo strong in the church bells chime. Hold the line, the fight ain't done. History's page just begun.
If you've enjoyed Jason's content, why don't you hit the like button? It really does help, darlings.
The birth and pains of a brand new time. The birth and pains of a brand new time echo strong in the church bells chime.
Up, and I didn't even notice that Kate Carter's mom passed away on August 1st. No idea. And I didn't see it until Sunday, until after the show was over, so I couldn't say anything. And of course, it was on Rumble, which I couldn't sign in and say anything about it. So, you know, we want to send all our thoughts and prayers to Kate Carter, her whole family. Let's see. Glory be. So Jeff Sessions wasn't white. Oh, yeah. Sessions definitely white hat. Shit, that's a gimme. That's the biggest gimme in all this. I mean, the drops say it all. You notice all these right-wing influencers are all turning their backs on Trump. Isn't that funny? Huh. So are they in it for the money or are they in it for the information? Gonna lean towards the money. Because, well, we're not about the money. I can tell you that much right now. So today we have got some fun-filled couple videos and some fun-filled documents to go through. Oh God, this is just, oh my God. I don't know how much more proof and evidence we have to put out there that they are the problem of everything. But today is August 5th, right? So, and we talk about 10 days, right? You guys ain't gonna believe this shit. All right, put in the YouTube chat. Of course, I still have to find my thing. Oh shit. Who did that? Eat, Drink, Breathe, Bacon. Thank you so much for the 10 subscriptions. That's awesome. So, August 5th. What is in 10 days? August 15th. What do we know about August 15th? 1871. A specific letter, right? So, is it anybody's surprise that the National Park Service announces it will reinstate statue honoring Confederate General Albert Pike? No, they're not going to. Come on. Restore and reinstall the bronze statue of Albert Pike. Nope. 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 Why are they bringing it up now? Literally 10 days before, a specific letter in 1871 was sent by to Giuseppe Mazzini outlining all three world wars. Irony at its finest, right? You know, what could be so bad about that? Nothing really. They're just telling us where to look. That's all they're doing. I mean, they could have easily put it up a long time ago. Because remember when Trump got back in, you know, he was all about saving the statues the first time. And all of a sudden it's like, well, we're just going to go do this, right? At 4:16 a.m. it comes out. 4 o'clock talking points, guys. So, we have got some very, very, very amusing videos. So, got this one right here. This is a shorty. It was, of course, not so much them, but it's still them. It's 340 long. Because, well, everything's got to be done twice, and the same state did it. Oh, hold on a second. Hold up. Right. Let's let it fly.
With that, I want to pass it over to one of the most extraordinary people that I have encountered and met, our Lieutenant Governor, Juliana Stratton.
Thank you so much, Chair Hernandez, and good morning, everyone. I'm Juliana Stratton. I'm proud to serve as Lieutenant Governor of Illinois, and I'm honored to be running for the United States Senate. To my friends from Texas, while I'm glad to welcome you all to the great state of Illinois, I wish we were coming together under different circumstances. We're here today not because we want to be, but because we have to be. Right now, we are facing the voting rights fight of our lifetime. Donald Trump and Texas Republicans are staging a blatant attempt to strip away voting rights and rig the next election. Texas families are still recovering from devastating floods. Americans nationwide are suffering under rising prices and cuts to health care and food assistance. But Trump and Texas Republicans are choosing to ignore the needs of their constituents and focusing on further rigging the system for their own advantage. And there's no line they won't cross. Governor Abbott has even called for duly elected representatives to be hunted down and arrested. That is authoritarianism, and all of us should be outraged. It's not lost on me that it's Black and Latino communities who will disproportionately be silenced by this attack. Tomorrow marks the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act, which was specifically designed to prohibit racial discrimination in voting. That progress was only possible because people were brave enough to fight for it. People like my dad, Henry, a Navy veteran, who marched from Selma to Montgomery 60 years ago because voting rights were under attack. But here we are in 2025. Trump and Republicans will stop at nothing to roll back that progress. This is personal to me because my 92-year-old dad, Henry, has passed the baton to me and to all of us, and now is our time to stand up and fight. We have a message for President Trump and Governor Abbott. We are watching you. In Illinois, we don't sit on the sidelines. In Illinois, we don't take kindly to threats. And in Illinois, we fight back. If Trump and Texas Republicans won't play by the rules, we will look at every option available to stop their extreme power grab, and nothing will be off the table. My friends, I assure you that while you're here in Illinois, we will do everything in our power to support you and protect you, because this isn't just about Texas. It's not just about Illinois. It's about every American having the right to be heard. Now is the time for fighters to be bold, unflinching, and fearless as we stand up for our democracy. And that's what we'll continue doing in Illinois, and we're proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with our friends in Texas in this fight.
Really? Because everything that President Trump and the administration are going by are actually all under the United States Constitution. The same one that you guys swore to support. But he swore to uphold and defend. Big difference there. You could support something and turn your back on it just the same. But if you support and defend it, a lot different. That's why they need to change the oath of office too. Because if you're not going to uphold and defend the United States Constitution, just support it, well, there's a big problem with just supporting something. Oh, they're all calling for uprisings. That's all you hear out of them. Oh, we need to fight. We need to take to the streets. But yet, remember, they were like, oh, we're not the violent ones. Oh, no, not at all. Because, I mean, you see a bunch of just seas of red out there just, you know, killing people, hurting people, molesting people, you know, trying to break into other countries, yada, 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 all that good stuff. No. No, 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 no. Then there's this. I put this one in the YouTube chat, if it could be transferred over to Adina. Happy Taco Titty Tuesday. Sounds good, right? So, this is just the hard R at its finest. It says, during a speech in Mexico City, U.S. Representative Delia Ramirez says she is proudly Guatemalan before being American, even though she was born in the United States.
Estamos en este Congreso Panamericano, buscamos tener comunidades florecientes aquí y en Gaza para tener vivienda asequible, para educación pública gratuita, para sistemas de salud integrales, reformas migratorias en todo el mundo para fortalecer la democracia y derechos humanos y para poner a la gente primero. Ese es el camino con el que estamos comprometidos desde Guatemala, Palestina, México.
Wait a second, hold up. Did you guys see that? We gotta find who this Belisario Dominguez is. Guy looks a lot like Stalin. Just saying.
Desde Guatemala, Palestina, México, a Canadá. Un mundo más amoroso y pacífico, en donde todos prosperemos juntos y se base en la gente.
Porque yo soy guatemalteca con mucho orgullo, primero que soy americana.
I'm probably Guatemalan before I'm an American. I love live memes. Those are great too, right? And this stuff. Yes, Air Schultz. Yes. Yes. South Africa. We mentioned this a long time ago about South Africa and Israel and their little nuclear let's just say, because we have a video on that too. Just came out. About how they accumulated all these nuclear weapons. Just Just, you know, they just do this shit on the regular. It's nice. So let me see this. See this. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this in the chat in there, right? Because now make sure you save that, because I have another video that, I mean, oh God, this one's 17 minutes long, right? This one is Michael Franzese and Paul Hutchison. And they say that Epstein was groomed to join a century-old Luciferian network, right? So, well, that's just a document that we're going to go over. So I want to make sure that's in there, because when you see how this all ties into communism, you're going to be amazed, because we will connect the dots today to prove that the Democrats, democracy is communism, guys. That's all it is. Boop. So we're going to show this, and then we have got some documents to go over, and oh boy, are they, because that's the thing. We come on here and say whatever we want, but if we're not showing these documents that are tried and true, that are everywhere, what do you got? You have to be able to prove your work, right? It's just like in math, you have to show your work. Well, we're showing our work. That's all we're doing. It just didn't think that when they said to dig, well, when you say dig in the drops, well, that can mean a lot of things, can't it? Think about Tartaria, think about the mud floods, think about them digging out. You know, this whole thing with Epstein and all this, so it's all coming out in the forefront now. Because why? We have to ask ourselves why. Why is Congress subpoenaing Clintons, Obamas, all them about Epstein and not Russiagate? Because I wonder who will be testifying that day as well. I mean, if Huber's sitting there, I mean, we might have to go live for that. Because I have a funny feeling that if we could just check the schedule on when they're supposed to do it, if it is on the 18th, on a Monday, it's Jumanji time. Because 818 is a 17, right? We all know 2025 is your 9, right? So 818 is a 17, right? 1 plus 7 is 8, right? 8 plus 9 is 17. It's a double 17 right inside of it. Because August is a hot month, they meant this year. Because if you have 8, the month 8, and then you have 2025, which is your 9, the whole month is a hot month. It's all 17s. That's all it is. So we got this, and this is a really good one. I watched this today, in fact, because it came out a day ago, but watched it this morning.
My wife and I are like, what, did somebody put a mask on somebody else and switch him out? I mean, this isn't the guy that I voted for, because nobody should be able to say, oh, that guy, this is old news. What, are you guys stupid for even thinking about that? No, this is really important for so many Americans on the right and the left. This shouldn't be a political issue. This is about the children. This is the...
Now, what are people going to say when Trump comes out and people find out that Sessions was the one that initiated the Epstein investigation? What's that going to do? Right? Because if you think about it, if Sessions led it, and in the drops, we see all the things, all the steps that they took, and we watched it all in real time. Because we have to remember that. We were watching it in real time as it was happening, and we were actually just logging it and making sure that we caught everything that we could, because future proofs past. I think this month, this is going to be like massive.
One thing that we can all come together on. And you want to lose the support of your base and piss off the rest of them, then throw this out to the wind saying this isn't a big deal, because this is a really big deal. And all we're asking for is transparency. Yeah, they may play with the words a little bit and say, there's no client list. Well, guess what? Maybe it's not called a client list. How about the flight logs of everybody who was there?
We know there's flight logs.
Absolutely,
no doubt.
we know, and his phone's got to have contacts and friends and people he's been in connection with, and all of the evidence that we do have is proving that there was some very nefarious things going on. If there was really 14 terabytes of video footage, and now they're telling us, the only video footage, the only video stuff that we have is the stuff that he downloaded, child porn. No, he didn't download 14 terabytes of child porn. This was cameras that was set up, and all of us know, we're not stupid. We know that powerful organizations have used blackmail for hundreds of years to control the narrative, to control the votes. And just like I said on the show before, if you want to control the votes forever of a senator, of a congressman, of a federal judge, you want to control their votes forever. You want to control a billionaire, you get them on film with a 12-year-old. And there's nothing they won't do to make sure that that stuff doesn't get out. And so this is the reason why we haven't seen the stuff on Diddy either. The most valuable thing that they got on the whole Diddy thing was gathering all of that video evidence. Why? Not so that they could take Diddy down. It's so that they could control everybody that was there. This has been in the playbooks of agencies in the U.S. and foreign agencies that we could or couldn't go there, depending on what you want. That's been in their playbook for a long, long time. This is how they control those who are in power. A long time ago, they would use homosexuality because it was such a taboo subject that if they could get a political leader, on film in a homosexual situation, that was the leverage that they needed. Now we live in a world where that's commonplace, and that's not the leverage. The only leverage that is viable to them is this with kids. This is what's happening, and so. This has been in their playbook for a long time. This is what's happening with the Epstein situation, and we as Americans need full transparency. I'm okay with the fact that Trump was likely on the jet. I've been on a lot of jets. Just because I've been on a jet with some guy who does bad things doesn't mean I'm doing those bad things, right? That's okay. It's not going to send you over the edge if the flight log is there, but if you've got the flight log of 20 times that somebody went to the island, and you've got the video evidence of it, and not only that, but we can go into depth about whether he was committed suicide or not. I am 100%, not 90%. I'm 100% convinced that Jeffrey Epstein did not commit suicide.
Well, I'll back you up on that. I've been saying it all along. I was in that cell. That's where I was for 7 months, and there's no way he could have committed suicide. You couldn't even do it. You'd have to be a midget to even try because of what's available to you in that cell. It wasn't possible. And the other fellow there, Baden, who was also at the autopsy, said it was more of a homicide.
Yeah.
Strangulation. Mm-hmm. There's no way he could have committed suicide. No way, Paul. And I don't. And listen, I have no horse in this race. I mean, a lot of people have said, well, you're in Trump's pocket because you don't want to say everything that's gone on. I said, that's so ridiculous because I support somebody's policies. I don't need to be in Trump's pocket. He doesn't need me. I'm just telling you what I feel. There's no way that he committed suicide. No way, based upon my experience spending time in that cell. I spent 29 months altogether in solitary, so I know what it is. I know how those cameras work. I know how those COs patrol the area, and I know what's available to you in that cell. So there's no way. So listen, and I also heard, I did a deep dive on him, that they collected thousands of videos that were, the cameras were directed on each bedroom. Thousands of videos. Well, why are we not seeing them? And if they want to protect the young women, we'll blur their faces out. But we need to see who they were in bed with. And the fact that they're hiding this, Paul, it's just terrible.
It is. And more evidence comes out that we are being lied to. For example, the raw footage of the jail cell, right? Raw footage, and Wired magazine said, no, we've done an analysis on this. This is not raw footage. This was something that multiple videos got put through an Adobe program and edited in a way where now we see what we're seeing. No, show us the real stuff, guys. Just be honest. Somebody changed something when it came to those videos. And of course, the last minute thing, there's a whole,
2 minutes they lost.
Yeah, since the 70s, there's 2 minutes that were lost there on every, no. They have to think that the American people are, there's a whole,
2 minutes they lost.
Yeah, since the 70s, there's 2 minutes that were lost there on every, no.
That's what they said a cell looked like. Now, if you look at this, who in the hell would give somebody so much linen that they could actually kill themselves on suicide watch? It's impossible.
They have to think that the American people have their head in the sand. For us to accept this stuff, we can't. And more than anything, we need transparency. We need to trust our government. Back in the 50s, 60s, there was a high level of trust, and that started to go down in the 70s, 80s, and I think it's at the lowest point ever, where the average American does not trust their political leaders, doesn't trust the system, doesn't trust their doctors. There is so much that we have been lied to. This is the great deception, is what I call this time that we're living in right now. And it's time for us to stand up and say, no, we're done being deceived. We want transparency. And yes, it may hurt a lot of people on the right and the left. It might hurt our markets. That's okay. We'll recover from it. What we're not going to recover from is continuing to live in a state where we can't trust our government leaders.
Yeah, Paul, I don't know if it's gone so far in that direction that we can ever bring it back. I really don't. I think we have to, social media is what's raised the awareness of this to people. Because, it gets me, these politicians, they just lie on video and on social media. They don't even care anymore. It's not like it doesn't even bother them anymore. There was a time when we didn't see that. They had look, when I was dealing with politicians on the street, and I did, and they were taking money from us, but they were very careful about it. They didn't want to advertise. They didn't want to be known about anything. Today, it doesn't seem like they care. So it's gone so far to the other direction. And to mention something, I recall the scene in The Godfather when they wanted to, get that politician in order. They put him in bed with a young woman and had it on tape.
Yeah.
I mean, so you're right. I mean, this is something they've been doing forever, and they're continuing it.
There's a book I read like 30 years ago called The CIA's Book of Dirty Tricks. And is very clear. Sexual blackmail is right at the top of the list. It's been at the top of the list for the CIA, for the Mossad, for country. And that doesn't make me anti-Semitic in any way. I've got some wonderful friends that are Jewish, but it's important that all of us, that Israel, that America, that all of us hold our agencies responsible for their tactics in using this kind of blackmail, especially when it involves innocent children. When they're using this kind of blackmail to control, we need to stand up and say we're done.
So, Paul, let me ask you, based upon your experience, do you think that both in the Diddy case and the Epstein case, they could be holding on to this material, this evidence that they have, just to blackmail other leaders and other wealthy people that are involved in this? Because, look, people that were going to Epstein Island and the people involved with Diddy, they weren't poor people. They weren't middle class. These were elitists. These were people with money and power and some form of life that they're involved in. Do you think they're holding these for that reason?
100%. 100%. Because, you let that out, you lose all of those years of control tactics. So you lose everything. Now you have to corrupt a bunch of new leaders that come in. It is much better if you're an agency that wants to control in that way. It's much better to figure out how to keep them in place and have the strings attached to them.
So it's very possible. I mean, I've seen this, but without the very, very hard evidence, we don't know. But it's very possible he was working with the CIA or with Mossad. We know Ghislaine's Maxwell father was very deeply involved. I think he either committed suicide, he was murdered as a result of that. So it's very possible he was tied up with either or both of these organizations and working to get this blackmail evidence on people.
Absolutely. There's been multiple people that have been in high positions of power who have said that. The district attorney in South Florida,
Acosta, I think.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he says this is over my pay grade. This guy is an agency asset, right? Meaning they're using him, they're behind him, and there's so many red flags. I came from the finance world.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I know what it takes to build a multi-billion-dollar investment fund. Epstein didn't have it. He didn't. He had a whole bunch of favors. He literally, and the whole story. I mean, literally, he started out getting a job as a teacher at a school.
Dalton, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was run by getting a job as a teacher at.
He didn't even spell his last name correct.
At a school.
Dalton, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was run by Barr's father.
Mm-hmm.
Now here's the crazy thing. His father, I think his name was anyway.
Donald.
He wrote a book. He wrote this fictional book about an alien race that was into pedophilia, that was abusing children and using that as a control thing to be able to control the world and everything else. He published this book. This was the head of this school.
Mm-hmm.
So the same time that Epstein is there, we've got this weird situation where the head of the school publishes this pedophile type of a book. I believe that he was beginning to be groomed at that point.
Wow.
At that point, realizing he was into that kind of thing. There was multiple things that were signs. And then, even when he was arrested, he was arrested in Florida. He ends up basically he had 12 hours a day that he could have free reign. He could just literally leave the cell for whatever he wanted to. He told the officers that were watching over him that they had to wear suits when they were escorting him anywhere, so it wouldn't look like he had police officers with him. He was running the show. The only way that you run the show like that is if you've got 100%. Some power way above the pay grade of the district attorney of Southern Florida. Period.
100%. That leads even more credence to the fact that he didn't commit suicide because he got out of it off easy the first time. He knew what he still had available to him, on other people. He would have figured he would have got off this time also, So, Paul, let me ask you this, because you've been working with this for a while. These people that abuse or are into pedophilia, they have to be wired differently. I mean, as a father of 7 children, a grandfather of 7 children, I don't understand it. I mean, have you ever talked to one of these people, and is there something, are they wired differently? I mean, I just don't get it. I just don't.
Here's what I've seen, and this is the case in the Epstein situation. And I mentioned this on our interview before, but the common thread that I saw with these traffickers and the perpetrators was an enormous amount of arrogance and greed and lust. And what happens is that we've all heard the saying that power corrupts,
Mm-hmm.
and absolute power corrupts absolutely. This is what's happening, is that a lot of these guys have, they've already climbed these mountains. They've already hired prostitutes. They've already whatever else. And what's the next thrill? A man becomes super dangerous when he's got all of the arrogance, greed, and lust, and he gets bored in some way. So that's number one. Number two, there's a lot of cases that get swept under the rug when people come out and talk about how, you can call it selling your soul to the devil. You can call it whatever you want to. When an agreement is made, and saying, okay, yeah, guess what? You've got some talents. We can help you. You want unlimited money. You wanted unlimited control. You wanted to be able. You want to be this senator. You want to be in this place. That's okay. We're going to help you get there, but we need we need this and this on you to be able to make it happen. And so some of these times it's not just them getting drunk or getting them high or whatever else and having them make a mistake. These are conscious decisions in exchange for that power. In fact, there's a book, and again, guys, don't get me wrong on this. I'm not anti-Semitic in any way. I've got wonderful friends who are Jewish, and we spend a lot of time with them. There's a book called Pawns in the Game. Pawns in the Game, written by William Carr, almost 100 years ago. He was in high-level military intelligence, and he'll drop a truth bomb at the beginning of each one of the chapters of really where the control mechanisms are in our world, and who's behind them, and then he'll spend the next chapter in improving what he just dropped. And the truth bombs that he throws out are things like the I'm going to call them the agreements, the covenants with the Luciferian order that people like the Rothschilds made in the 1700s. And then he provides evidence of this. And what it is okay, the agreement is they're going to have full control of the financial system, of the media, etc. And they're going to take humanity down this road of using sexual blackmail and other things to be able to put us in a position where we lose our fundamental moral values, where we separate from a connection with God. Even World War I, World War II, and then eventually World War III, orchestrated by these ultra elites. We think that the movie stars we know, or the president, or the these billionaire families are elites. No, those guys are paupers compared to the guys who are really making the decisions, who are worth so much money. I mean, more money than Elon times 10, some of these families, but we don't know about it because they're the ones behind the banking organizations, etc.
I have a question for all my friends and followers. Have you tried my wine yet? In the last 2
No wine today, boss. No wine today. So, let's see. Shall we? All right. We are going to go to the document that we just placed in there. I'll place it in there again, just in case. In YouTube. All right. So, the 10 planks of the Communist Party. Less than 10, right? It's always 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Early 1960s, during the days of former Soviet Union Russian Premier Nikita Khrushchev pounded his shoe on the podium of the United Nations and shouted to the West, "We will bury you." Fearing an invasion from the Reds, America proceeded to build the most awesome military machine in history. Unfortunately, we forgot to guard our own political home front from being taken over by socialist, communist, liberal activists who would gain office and destroy American law by process of gradually installing the communist agenda within our legal system and separate branches of government. Where we see that before, huh? The communist program from the start has been one which sees the revolution of 1917 successful only upon the total domination of the world. See Brainwashing, a synthesis of Russian textbook on psychopolitics. We actually have that too. Americans, being the most naive people among the nations, now believe that communism is dead because the Berlin Wall and Iron Curtain has been removed. The ironic truth is that communism has just switched names to become more politically correct. Today, it is called international democracy. The reason the Berlin Wall came crashing down is not because communism is dead, but because they have achieved the planned agenda to communize the West, including America. Washington, D.C. has indeed become part of the New World Order of atheist governments. With the last vestiges of Christian law have been removed from the American government over the last 20 years, there is no longer a threat of resistance against a world communism. In reality, American government became part of the Iron Curtain, thus there was no more need of the likes of a Berlin Wall. Remember, NATO was founded to stop communism. Well, if you're not stopping communism, what are you doing? You're promoting it. Once again, in their foolishness, the American public has believed the lies of their leaders who applaud the fall of communism while they have sold out the country to anti-Christian, anti-American statutes and regulations on the federal, state, and local levels. So, anti-American statutes and regulations on the federal, state, and local levels. Who writes the laws again, guys? Das Juden, right? So posted below is a comparison of the original 10 planks of Communist Manifesto written by Karl Marx in 1848, along with the American adopted counterpart of each of the planks. The American people have truly been buried in communism by their own politicians of both the Republican and Democratic parties. Yes, the neoconservatives, the neocons, are the communists of the Republican Party. One other thing to remember, Karl Marx was stating in the Communist Manifesto that these planks will test whether a country has become communist or not. If they're all in effect and in force, the country is communist. Communism, but by any other name? Oh, all right. Number one, now these are the 10 planks, right? And you'll see how it's all been depleted. Abolition of private property and application of all rent to public purpose. 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, 1868, and various zoning, school, and property taxes. Also, the Bureau of Land Management. That eminent domain. A heavy, progressive, or graduated income tax. Misapplication of the 16th Amendment of the United States Constitution, 1913. The Social Security Act of 1936. It's based out of the UK, by the way. Joint Resolution 192 of 1933, and various state income taxes. We calling it paying your fair share. That's a communist term, by the way. Abolition of all rights of inheritance. We call it the federal estate tax. That's why Trump wanted to get rid of the estate tax. Now can we see how he's actually taking everything, all 10 planks of the Communist Party, he's chipping away at each one of them, right? Or reform probate laws and limited inheritance via arbitrary inheritance tax statutes. Number 4, confiscation of the property of all immigrants and rebels. If he's getting rid of them, if he's shipping them out of here, what happens to their property? It's confiscated, right? We call it government seizures, tax liens, Public Law 99570, 1986, Executive Order 11490, Sections 1205, 2002, which gives private land to the Department of Urban Development. Department of Urban Development. So it's HUD, right? Housing and Urban Development. Well, they pride themselves on affordable housing. That's how they get you. The imprisonment of terrorists and those who speak out or write against the government. 1997 Crime Terrorist Bill. Or the IRS confiscation of property without due process. It's funny they'll confiscate your property without due process, but yet all the Democrats are out running around. Where's the due process? If you're illegal, you don't get due process. You just don't. If we go to another country, do we get to follow the same laws and same rights as the ones who actually live there? Nope. It's just like when you go to somebody else's house. Do you go to somebody else's house and put your feet up on the couch and just go in the fridge whenever you want and shit like that and just make a mess everywhere? No, it's not your house. Centralization of credit in the hands of the state by means of a national bank with state capital and exclusive monopoly. We call it the Federal Reserve, which is a credit debit system, a debt system, nationally organized by the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. All local banks are members of the Fed system, are regulated by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. So where's this corporation based out of? We'd like to know. So, centralization of the means of communication and transportation in the hands of the state. We call it the FCC and Department of Transportation. It's mandated through the ICC Act of 1887, the Commissions Act of 1934, the Interstate Commerce Commission established in 1938, the Federal Aviation Administration, Federal Communications Commission, and Executive Orders 11490, 10999, as well as state-mandated driver's licenses and Department of Transportation regulations. Right here, guys. By forcing us to have driver's licenses, it actually instilled communism. Because we have the freedom and right of free travel. Now, if you want to talk about the Department of Transportation, that's fine. Because we're not transporting anything. We're not doing anything in the shape of commerce. We are simply taking ourselves from one point on this earth to another point on this earth. We should be able to do that freely and fairly, just like anybody else. Extension of factories and instruments of production owned by the state, the bringing into cultivation of wastelands, and improvement of soil generally in accordance with the common plan. we call corporate capacity, the Desert Entry Act, Department of Agriculture, which the communists always go back to farming, as well as the Department of Commerce and Labor, Department of Interior, Environmental Protection Agency, Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Reclamation, Bureau of Mines, National Park Service, and the IRS control of business through corporate regulations. Number 8, equal liability to all labor, establishment of industrial armies, especially for agriculture. Always goes back to agriculture, guys. We call it the Social Security Administration and Department of Labor. The national debt and inflation caused by the communal bank has caused the need for a 2-income family. Because remember, back in the day, everybody surviving, the dad went to work and the mom stayed home with the kids. Not anymore. Women in the workplace since the 1920s, the 19th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which needs to be thrown out personally. Civil Rights Act of 1964, again thrown out. Assorted socialist unions. You mean like, LAUNA, all these labor unions. You've got, you've got Starbucks. They formed a union. You literally make coffee for a living. What do you need to be unionized for? Affirmative action, Federal Public Works Program, and of course, Executive Order 11000. Combination of agriculture with manufacturing industries, gradual abolition of the distinction between town and country by more equitable distribution of the population over the country. Also goes back to the Civil Rights Act and goes back to what Jasmine Crocker has been bitching about, all this, the racial gerrymandering that they've been doing. Because when you look at all these states and how they're all cut up, yeah, you should just be doing everything by blocks. That's it. We call it the Planning Reorganization Act of 1949, Zoning Title 17, 1910 to 1990, and super corporate farms, as well as Executive Orders 11647, 11731, that's 10 regions, and Public Law 89136. Free education for all children in government schools, abolition of children's factory labor in its present form, combination of education with industrial production, etc. People are being taxed to support what we call public schools, which train the young to work for the communal debt system. We also call it the Department of Education, the NEA, and outcome-based education. Outcome-based education. You can't even get these kids to fucking read at a 6th grade level when they're graduating college. So, here are the 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto. One second. Karl Marx describes in his Communist Manifesto the 10 steps necessary to destroy a free enterprise system and replace it with a system of omnipotent government power so as to affect a communist socialist state. Following are the original 10 planks within the Communist Manifesto written by Karl Marx in 1848, followed by a discussion of how America has adopted each of the planks. 1848 to 21, by the way, guys. Abolition of private property and application of all rent to public purpose. The courts have interpreted the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution to give the government far more eminent domain power than was originally intended. Under the rubric of eminent domain and various zoning regulations, land use regulations by the Bureau of Land Management, property taxes, and environmental excuses, aka the California, the California Coastal Commission, right? Private property rights have become very diluted. As a result, private property, lands, vehicles, and other forms are seized almost every day in this country under the forfeiture provisions of the RICO statutes and the so-called war on drugs. Private owners of the property are required to get permission from government relative to the use of their property. So, when we go back to the so-called war on drugs, right? We have to go back to Biden, the crime bill, right? It pushed communism even deeper into this. A heavy progressive graduated income tax. 16th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, 1913, which some scholars maintain was never properly ratified, and it wasn't. The Social Security Act of 1936, Joint House Resolution 192 of 1933, and various state income taxes established this major Marxist coup in the United States many decades ago, under FDR. But it was even before FDR, because it had to start right at McKinley, right? As soon as McKinley was assassinated, Theodore Roosevelt stepped in. Everybody thinks that guy was the greatest thing. But the Bureau of Land Management was founded under him. He's the one that created the national parks. He's the one that seized all the land from all the people that owned it. Yeah, the Roosevelts were fucking both pieces of shit. Maybe take his head off of the Mount Rushmore. These taxes continue to drain the lifeblood out of the American economy and greatly reduce the accumulation of desperately needed capital for future growth, business starts, job creation, and salary increases. Abolition of all rights of inheritance. Another Marxist attack on private property rights is in the form of federal and state estate taxes and other inheritance taxes, which have abolished or at least greatly diluted the right of private property owners to determine the disposition and distribution of their estates upon their death. You know, like when President Trump talks about farmers. He's like, well, are you going to leave your, you leave the farm to the kids? If you love your kids, you're going to leave it to them. They literally attacked everybody on inheritance taxes. That's why a lot of these farms, they had to give them up. Because they couldn't pay all the high inheritance taxes. Which under a communist system, what do you say? Confiscation of all property of all immigrants and rebels. We call it government seizures, tax liens, forfeiture, Public Law 99570. Executive Order 11490, Sections 1205, 2002, which gives private land to the Department of Urban Development, the imprisonment of terrorists and those who speak out or write against the government, or the IRS confiscation of property without due process. The imprisonment of terrorists and those who speak out or write against the government. J6, anyone? Now we're seeing where all communism just sucked right in. Centralization of credit in the hands of the state by means of a national bank with state capital and exclusive monopoly. Federal Reserve System created by the Federal Reserve Act of Congress in 1913. And it was signed at the end of December. Last day everybody had to be there. So they had to, hey, if you guys want to go home to, celebrate Christmas with your, notice how they always use Christmas. If you guys want to go home and celebrate Christmas with your families, because most of them have to go and do a ritual. On Christmas Eve, Christmas, they have to have those days open. Is indeed such a national bank, and it politically manipulates interest rates and holds a monopoly on legal counterfeiting in the United States. Now do you see why Trump is going hot and heavy at too late, Jerome Powell? Because you're way too late because the gold's already in our possession. All local banks are members of the Fed system and are regulated by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Another insurance corporation, huh? Another privately owned corporation. The Federal Reserve Bank issues fiat paper money and practices economically destructive fractional reserve banking. It's exactly what Marx had in mind and completely fulfills this plank. 6. Centralization of the means of communication and transportation in the hands of the state. In the U.S., communication and transportation are controlled and regulated by the FCC, established by the Communications Act of 1934, 17, Department of Transportation, and the Interstate Commerce Commission, established in Congress in 1887. And the Federal Aviation Administration, as well as Executive Orders 11490, 10999, not to mention various state bureaucracies, and regulations including state-mandated driver's license. Federal Highway Act of 1916 made federal funds available to states for highways construction. And the Interstate Highway System, 1944, funding began in 1956 under Ike. Interstate Commerce Commission, given authority to Congress to regulate trucking and carriers on inland waterways. Yes. So, ICC, you've got regulate trucking and carriers on inland waterways. So they're moving commerce. So why in the hell would you have state-mandated driver's license for those that are just moving their persons? There's also federal postal monopoly, Amtrak and Conrail. Yeah, Amtrak. The same one that Hunter Biden was on the board of Amtrak. George W. Bush put them there. So please tell me again that they're not all one and the same. Outright socialist government-owned enterprises. Instead of free market private enterprise in those important industries, these fields in America are semi-cartels through the government's regulatory industrial complex. What the funny thing is, everybody talks about the dark web, right? And you're going on the dark web to buy shit. The dark web is the free market, guys. There's no regulation. But those that use the dark web, either they're using for non-regulation or they're using for nefarious purposes, which I'm going to lean towards B. The extension of factories and instruments of production owned by the state, the bringing into cultivation of wastelands and improvement of the soil generally in accordance with the common plan. Improvement of the soil, yeah, GMOs, guys. We call it corporate capacity, Desert Entry Act, the Department of Agriculture, as well as Department of Commerce and Labor, Department of Interior, the EPA, the BLM, Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Reclamation, Bureau of Mines, National Park Service, the IRS control business through corporate regulations. The Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1933 provided that farmers will receive government aid and if only they relinquish control of farming activities. So, the farmers will get government aid if they relinquish control of the farming activities back to the government. So now do you see why nobody wants to buy any of our produce or livestock? Because it's all poisoned. Q. Equal liability to all to labor. Equality. Establishment of industrial armies, especially for agriculture. Industrial armies, unionizing them. We call it the Social Security Administration, Department of Labor, and it's seen in minimum wage and slave labor like dealing with our most favored nation trade partner, i.e. Communist China. Which Communist China, the Jews actually polluted Communist China. Again, it's them. I mean, we wouldn't be saying if we didn't have fucking proof we're going to go over. The national debt inflation caused by the communal bank has caused the need for a two-income family, women in the workplace since 1920s, 19th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, Civil Rights Act 1964, sort of socialist unions, affirmative action, federal public works program, and of course, Executive Order 11000. I almost forgot the Equal Rights Amendment means that women should do all the work that men could do, including military, and since passage, it would make women subject to the draft. Funny how they all become homemakers after that. Combination of agriculture with manufacturing industries, gradual abolition of distinction between town and country by more equitable distribution of the population over the country. It's always equitable. Equitable. Called the Planning Reorganization Act of 1949, Zoning Title 17, 1910 to 1990, and super corporate farms, as well as Executive Orders 11647, 11731, 10 Regions Public Law 89136, food processing companies with the cooperation of the Farmers Home Administration foreclosures are buying up farms and creating conglomerates. Now we need to back this up because if you're foreclosing on farmers' homes, right? Who said that you couldn't also foreclose on, I don't know, people's homes back in 2008? Blackstone? Anyone? Not BlackRock. Blackstone did it. Remember, Blackstone was the head one. And then after that, that's when it split. BlackRock and Blackstone. Blackstone stayed here. BlackRock with Larry Fink just branched off from there. So everybody wants to blame BlackRock, but you have to go right back to Blackstone where it all originated. Free education for all children in government schools. Abolition of children's factory labor in its present form. Combination of education with industrial production. Abolition of children's factory labor in its present form. In its present form. Remember back then, they want to say, oh, the slaves. No. The kids were working in these sweatshops. Americans are being taxed to support what we call public schools, but are actually government forced tax funded schools. Even private schools are government regulated. The purpose of this is train the young to work for the communal debt system, the slave system. We also call it Department of Education, the NEA, and outcome-based education. Federal influence of education is evident in Head Start programs, school lunch programs. Remember, what were they bitch about? Oh, Trump's taking away school lunch programs. Guys, it all goes back to communism. Textbooks and library books. Yeah, library books. You mean like all the filth they're putting in the libraries right now. Our children are being indoctrinated and inculcated with the government propaganda like majority rules and pay your fair share. Where are the words fair share in the Constitution, Bill of Rights, or in the Internal Revenue Code Title 26? Nowhere is fair share even suggested. Well, the Internal Revenue Code Title 26, remember, that falls under the 16th Amendment, which was never properly ratified. If it wasn't properly ratified by all the states in the Union, at least 3/4, you can't push it. The philosophical concept of fair share comes from the communist maxim, from each according to their ability to each according to their need. This concept is pure socialism. I mean, that sounds about right, right? Fuck no, it don't. So, I have another video here. I put it in the YouTube chat. And wait till you guys hear this one. God,
that you're not taking any time off of work, because the Talmud says that you're not allowed to. You're supposed to work 7 days a week according to the Talmud. You say, I can't believe that. Then I'll show you. Page 127. Okay? I'm going to show it with the overhead camera here so you can read it for yourself. As I like to do in all my studies, here it is, the Talmud, Steinsaltz edition, volume.
I got to definitely get me one of those overhead cameras. If I'd have known they had these, got one a long time ago, because we have a lot of books that we could have just busted out and read, but I wanted to bring the books that we could find on Scribed and all that everybody can get a copy of.
18, Tractate Sanhedrin, Part 4. And we will go to page 127. You can see it down there at the bottom of the page. All right? And it just, this whole thing here shows the extreme ignorance of these rabbis of the scriptures. They're very foolish. The Gemara now returns to the laws applying to non-Jews. Resh Lakish said, if a non-Jew ceased working for a whole day, he is liable for execution, as the verse states, Genesis 8:22. We'll come back to this later. And it says, day and night shall not cease. That means we're not allowed to stop working. Okay. A Jew is commanded to observe a weekly day of rest, but a non-Jew is forbidden to cease working for an entire day. Huh? Day and night shall not cease? It's talking about the earth, the cycles of the earth that the Lord created. Seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. It has nothing to do with you having to work all the time. What a bunch of nonsense. And it was stated above, wherever the Torah imposed a prohibition on non-Jews, the punishment for violating that prohibition is execution. They want to kill you. Ravina said, not only is the non-Jew liable for execution if he refrained from working on the Jewish Sabbath, but even if he refrained from working on a Monday or some other day of the week, he is liable for that same punishment. The Gemara objects, if it is so that a non-Jew is commanded to keep working without taking a day of rest, then that obligation should have been counted along with the other 7 Noahide laws. The Noahide laws are in the Talmud?
Oh!
I never knew that until I was reading this volume, and I thought, oh, there you go, the old Noahide laws. And for those of you out there that just think to yourself, oh, it's some screwball religion thing, it doesn't affect me, I don't care, whatever. A Christian arguing with a Jew, whatever, who cares? You might want to look into the fact that this Jewish Sanhedrin in Israel contacted President Trump, and they're trying to put pressure on him to enact the Noahide laws here in America, where if you blaspheme God according to the Jewish standards, you'll be executed. And according to this right here, they're saying, some of the rabbis, not all of them, but some of them are saying, if you're not working 7 days a week, you try to take a day off, boom, you're...
Well, the Noahide laws, remember, the Noahide laws were signed back during Carter's reign of terror, 1979, and then under, it was reinstated under Reagan, under George H.W., under George W., Clinton, all of them. But the thing is that when did Trump sign it this year? He didn't do it on the exact birthday of that Mendel Schneerson, but he did it 6 days after. So it's funny, you have 6 days after, then you have the 12-day war, then you have 1,800 MK-84s. Do we see where we're going with this?
Executed. You might want to pay attention to some religious stuff occasionally. Down here it says, day and night, and the verse, day and night shall not cease, teaches that non-Jews are bound by a positive commandment to continue working without taking a day of rest. Okay. Down here, the notes, it says, if a non-Jew ceased working, according to Rama, the prohibition applying to a non-Jew against resting from work falls under the category of robbery. For someone who rests from work fails to fulfill his obligations to the world. Others argue that a non-Jew who sets aside a day of rest is liable, for he is seen as attempting to create a new religion. Oh, you mean like Christianity? Isn't that nice? It's almost like they're trying to say that non-Jews are animals that shouldn't be given time off. We're just supposed to work and work and work until we drop, and then our Jewish overlords are supposed to come along and say, okay, get rid of that animal, get a new one, put him in there behind the machine, get to work, animal. You know, whip the bullwhip over our shoulder or something, like a bunch of animals. But let's actually go to the scriptures now and look at this thing of Genesis chapter 8. It's this death penalty prohibition that the Lord's saying, you know, if you don't work 7 days a week, you know, then you're going to be liable. I'm going to make sure that you're executed, which is kind of funny because God wasn't even dealing with the nation of Israel at that point in time. Okay, before the flood, before the separation of the nations and everything else. So it's kind of hard to use Genesis chapter 8, where it's dealing with all people. Kind of hard to use that for doctrine, you know. Now the Sabbath day is given to the Jews as a sign. I get it. I have a whole study on that, Sabbath or Sunday. But the whole point is they were worshiping the Lord on the first day of the week in the book of Acts. And the Lord himself met with the disciples on the first day of the week. So taking a day off, yeah, God set us that example. And there's a 1,000-year period coming, so there's 1,000 years of rest. One day with the Lord is as 1,000 years. Again, the millennial kingdom, if you don't understand that. The earth is around for 6,000 years, and then the 7,000th year, that period there, is the time when the Lord is going to be ruling and reigning on the earth. Physically, ruling and reigning on the earth. That's what the Bible teaches, the premillennial coming of the Lord Jesus Christ. Studies to prove it. If you're too lazy to watch it and whatever else, well, that's not my problem, it's your problem. But Genesis chapter 8 verses 20 through 22. You have a good future coming if you're saved. If you are lost, well, future's not looking good. And Noah builded an altar unto the Lord, and took of every clean beast and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet savor, and the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living as I have done. So the Lord's saying, okay, I did the flood there, wiped out all the flesh besides Noah and his family. I'm not going to do that again. That's what the whole purpose of the rainbow is. All right, that's a reminder there. Verse 22. While the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. So the Lord's saying, I'm going to keep things going now. The creation is just going to go to bear witness of me, and it's going to be there for people, for my creation. He's not saying, there's nothing even implied in that passage about, Jews get to have a day off, but non-Jews have to work for 7 days. Non-Jews shouldn't be allowed. They're animals. Where do you get that stuff from? Unless you're some kind of a devil-possessed rabbi someplace that rejects the New Testament. That's the only way that you can get that type of a thing. It's crazy. I mean, if you had to go in a court of law or something that was not biased, if people were just open-minded, nobody would agree with the rabbis on that and say, well, I can see where it says non-Jews have to work 7 days a week. Well, because day and night shall not cease. Well, huh? Day and night shall not cease. The most rabid atheist would say, well, yeah, I agree with that. Day and night are kind of constant. They happen, every day. That's all the verse is saying. It's not saying that you have to work 7 days a week. So, a bunch more videos to do here out of this nutty edition of the Talmud. But look out. If you have Jews in your area that are studying this stuff and implementing this stuff, and you see Jews in social media or whatever else, and they're talking about how great the Talmud is, now you know that they're lying. Be very careful.
So, this made me think of something, right? I talked about with the dean last night, right? So, now we have to take everything into context, right? Now we're going back to Secret Treaty of Verona, 1822, right? So, if it's all, let me see, 1 second here. 1 second here. Okay, so the secret treaty of Verona, right? What if it was updated? Right? Because 1822, what if it all runs on 99-year cycles? So, this is where we're going with this. So, in the secret treaty of Verona, remember, it had 2 countries that were going to be in perpetual war, right? That's how they get paid. Well, if Spain and Portugal actually cleared up their shit, right? Well, that was 1822, right? So in 1918 was the Balfour Declaration, right? Now it's 96 years later, right? So did the Jews make a deal with England and France to replace Spain and Portugal in the Treaty of Verona? And as long as Israel and Palestine are in perpetual war, it keeps the treaty alive. I know it sounds fucked up, but there's a lot that goes to this because let's see, pull this one up real quick. Let's see if we can find this. Let's see, 1 second here. Shit, I'm gonna have to find this. Let's see. 1 second, guys. I can't find this thing. Oh shit! It's no. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this in the chat, but we're not gonna watch it because it's an hour and a half long. But look at session 1. Is the American Jewish century coming to an end? October 30th, 2024. That's funny. So is your century coming to an end? Yeah. Because why would they say it in 2024? Well, remember, the Reds, 1917 to 1923. That was the 6 years of them the Jews just fucking shit up across the world. In Russia and all that. They're the ones that took Russia and turned it into the Soviet Union. I mean, these people they're not even people though. They're savages. That's all they are. Let's see. Because we did go over some videos last night. I'm going to just bring up again tonight because, a lot of people weren't watching last night. So, yeah, some of these, yeah. Let me, see one thing. Yeah, here. So this one is, we watched it last night, the most sinister and abominable thing you'll ever hear. And it actually is. If you thought that, the shit we listened to before was bad, it gets staggeringly worse. Like exponentially worse. So that's why, we'd much rather just all of us learn together so that none of us are flipping out when all the shit comes out because, well, pretty much maintain complete composure to us, but sometimes you're just like, you just want to let loose. You're just like, this is beyond diabolical. And we cannot blame the Zionists because we have a document that proves it's not the Zionists that did it. Zionism was hijacked by Judaism. I know, just, but yeah, this video, and if anybody listened to this yesterday, you know, you could sit out, or it's 15 minutes long, but yeah.
Rabbi Mintz was discussing marriage as working out. We have an online question, and that is a marriage of Isaac and Rebecca. Isaac was decades older than Rebecca was. How did that work?
Well, two things. Number one, the maturity of those times are much different than now. Even Rebecca was only 3 years old when she got married. A 3-year-old then was equal to, who knows, probably a 20-year-old today.
Yeah, so now, the first 30 seconds, you're already going to see how fucked up this whole video is going to get. Right out the gate.
The maturity level was much higher than it is today. It wasn't like married little girl 3 years old. That wasn't the case at all. Even physically, she went through the water for all the camels. So she was a little girl 3 years old. How could she throw a little girl? So physically, she was certainly much stronger, and spiritually, and her maturity level was much stronger than the 3-year-old today. We can't compare it. That's number one. Number two, the whole idea of marriage was a lot different than today by many people. Marriage was not just getting together, enjoying each other, and having good times. Those times, good times means getting together, serving God, having a family that's going to be a family of Torah and abiding by the laws of the Torah. That was what the purpose of marriage was, to have children, to bring them up according to Torah standards. So the whole idea of marriage is a lot different than today. And therefore, even things today seems like a mismatch, because people are not on that level of greatness to make a marriage work according to spiritual standards.
So, what they're saying is that we don't possess enough greatness to marry a 3-year-old.
They had a much more spiritual level, and they were able to make marriages which might not be manageable today. They were manageable then. Number one, the maturity of those times are much different than now. Even Rebecca was only 3 years old when she got married. A 3-year-old then was equal to, who knows, probably a 20-year-old today. The maturity level was much higher than it is today. It wasn't like married little girl 3 years old. That wasn't the case at all. Even physically, she went through the water for all the camels. So she was a little girl 3 years old. How could she throw a little girl? So physically, she was certainly much stronger, and spiritually, and her maturity level was much stronger than the 3-year-old today. We can't compare it. And they were able to make marriages which might not be manageable today. They were manageable then.
Okay. Mishnah, whatever the Hebrew is there, it has already been established in a previous Mishnah above 10b that a woman who is presumed to be a virgin at the time of her marriage is entitled to a ketubah of 200 denarim, whereas a woman who is presumed to be a non-virgin at the time of her marriage is entitled to a ketubah, marriage agreement is what a ketubah is, of 100 denarim, a mina, whatever. The Mishnah we are about to consider continues in its efforts to determine which women are considered virgins for the purpose of the ketubah and which are treated as non-virgins. If a grown-up man has intercourse with a less than 3 years old, are you seeing this? And they're not condemning this. Or if a young boy less than 9 years old has had with a grown woman, or if a woman has been injured by a stick and as a result her, has been ruptured, in each of these cases the woman is entitled to a ketubah of 200 denarim when she marries. Okay, and you can keep on reading there.
And we will. So, a girl who engages in intercourse when she is less than 3 years old is still considered a virgin, for her hymen will grow back. I got nothing for that. And a woman who engaged in intercourse with a boy who is under 9 years old is still considered a virgin, for intercourse with a boy of that age is not considered a significant sexual act. Pedophilia isn't considered a significant sexual act, everyone. And a woman whose hymen was ruptured as a result of an accident is still entitled to the ketubah of 200 dinarim, for she did not lose her virginity through sexual intercourse. Yeah. The words of Rabbi Meir. Yeah, a rabbi said this. So they just follow it.
You can pause it and read it if you really want to. Now I take great issue with that. My son, which I mentioned earlier, is 10 years old. And according to this Satanism right here, a woman, a Jewish woman, could have a relationship with my 10-year-old. And if I was a Jew, hey, that 3-year-old girl over there, she's really hot. Excuse me? And this is what these Jews at the Torah Institutes are learning. I'm going to go learn the Talmud.
He didn't say the Talmud Institutes. He said the Torah Institutes.
I mean, maybe they're not all learning the Talmud and things, but a lot of them do. Takes 7 years to go through this garbage.
Crown Heights.
I wonder what kind of horrible things go on in these families, between these families, when their holy book right here that they deny the Word of God to uplift this. And this holy book says, 3-year-old girl. If you're a man, you're a woman, 10-year-old, or a 9-year-old, excuse me, 9-year-old boy. Oh, well, that's just conspiracy stuff. That's been debunked. We've fact-checked it, and it's not true. I just showed it to you. Overhead camera just showed you the page and the quotes right here.
Before she was 3, and she saw blood. Then he had another relation with her after she was 3, and again Umatz Adam. Now, if we say that the hymen gets ruptured and it regrows if it got ruptured before she was 3, and it grows back right away, so we understand what happened. He saw dam when he had a relation with her under 3. Psulim. She sees dam again after 3. What is it from? Psulim. Under 3, there's no hymen or it's not ruptured. It only happens el la'achar gimel. So really what we're focusing in is not the fact that he had a relation with her after she was 3.
Now, if you notice Shabbat.org, that's a Shabbat Lubavitch. Those are the fuckers in Crown Heights in New York City.
If a man has a relation with a girl under 3 and she sees dam, that's the nafkamina. If it doesn't rupture before she's 3 years old and she had dam after the relation, is a raya that this is dam nida. Because before 3, it's not halachically an act of cohabitation. But nevertheless, before 3 is a dam psulim or is a dam nida? Nothing. And neither to her. And if it's dam nida, then she's nida and he's...
It would be dam psulim both times.
Correct. Correct. Today we have a doctor here. What's the mitzias? The fact that it grows back, it means that something changes. There's some change after 3. It means it grows back before 3. It doesn't grow back after 3.
Everything grows very fast.
But after 3, the chal doesn't grow back.
Is there though?
One second, Dr. Dani. Afterward, the Torah is saying that a man has a relation with a girl, God forbid, after 3. God forbid, after 3. Once she's 3, full 3 years old, then her psulim will never grow back. She will lose her psulim. If a man has a relation with a girl under 3, it's going to either it never ruptured or it was going to grow back. Now she's 3 years old. Someone had a relation with her. That's it. It's ruptured. If a man has a relation with a girl under 3, it's as if someone takes a finger and pokes it in the eye. It's like when you put a finger in the eye. As long as the finger is in the eye tears, and it tears, and it tears again. The sulim, that's the pshat, that tearing meaning here they'll be bleeding. That if a man has a relation, the act with a girl under 3, she's going to bleed, but then it's going to grow back. And if he has a relation with her again, when she's over 3, she's going to bleed again. Sulim mezal ozlu, itake gets ruptured. Dam of bia with the girl under 3 will make her bleed. It's not dam nid, it's dam sulim. And then, since she was not 3 years old, va'asu, the psulim will come back. The psulim will regrow.
Oh, well, the Bible says the same thing. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. And if you're saying that, you're lying about the Word of God, and you will answer for it. There's nothing like that in the Old Testament. Not at all. All right, here we have page 108. It says here, if you wish, you can say that Rabbi Elazar's ruling applies even when where the woman was married to an ordinary Jew who is not a priest. And the situation could occur, for example, where her father accepted the bridegroom's offer of betrothal on her behalf when she was less than 3 years and 1 day old. By Torah law, a girl may not herself accept an offer of marriage while she is still a minor, that is, until she is 12 years and 1 day old. And if her father is alive, she cannot marry without his.
Now, does everybody see why? I don't know. Ruth Bader Ginsburg and everybody wants to drop the age of consent to 12? Because it's in the Talmud, guys.
Consent until after she is 12 and a half years and 1 day old. The girl's father, however, is entitled to arrange the betrothal of his daughter from the day she is born until she reaches the age of 12 and a half years and 1 day. Okay, let me just stop there. Okay, what kind of a sick bunch of people? And again, a lot of Jews, they reject this. So I'm not attacking the Jewish people, but these Talmudic type, what kind of sick individuals are they? I mean, I see a little girl that's less than 3 years old at a store. I don't go over and say, hey, how you doing? What? How do you even get that in your head? You know, I look at oh, hi, goo, 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 you get her to smile or something. Oh, she's such a pretty little girl. And she's such a cute, oh, she's so adorable and things. I like the little outfit she has on it. There's no interest or something. I mean, what kind of weirdos are we dealing with here? You know, and betrothed from a day old? What, some kind of business contact thing there or something? You know, hey, I want you to marry my daughter. When was she born? Just, you know, yesterday. You know, what do you think? You get this thing worked out or something? A day old? A little screwed up there, isn't it? Let's continue. Now, if a man betrothed a girl through the agreement of her father and his acceptance of the betrothal money when she was less than 3 years old, and after she grew up and the marriage took place, he found that she was not a virgin, there's only a single doubt as to whether she is forbidden to him. In such a case, it is certain that she lost her virginity after her betrothal, you know, when she's less than 3 years old. For if the girl had intercourse with a man before her betrothal, I said the word, namely, when she was less than 3 years old, her there would have grown back and the husband would have been able to detect that she had once lost her virginity. Therefore, since we accept his claim that she was not a virgin at the time of marriage, she must have had that with the other man after her betrothal. It's not in here. There isn't anything like that in here. Okay. I said this in another study, and I have to just say it. I've been real rough on Roman Catholicism down through the years. I've got a lot of Roman Catholic stuff in my collection, old books, catechisms, you know, the official Catholic Church Dewey Reams that they brought out in 1610, not the modern Challoner revision from the 1800s. I mean, I've got a lot of Catholic stuff. I've read a lot of Catholic stuff. I've never seen anything like that in any Catholic book. So I apologize to the Catholics out there. You're not quite as evil as this. Okay, not even close to this. All right, I've read some Islamic stuff. I have some things up here from, you know, that Muslims have sent me. I haven't really seen, I mean, I haven't read all of it, but I've read, you know, parts of the Quran. Never read it cover to cover, but I haven't seen anything like that. This is evil on a different level, all right, quite frankly. And again, there are Jews out there that would say, yeah, I agree, it's completely evil. It's not a condemnation of the Jews. It's a condemnation of the Talmud. Well, this is the kind of thing that should not even be taught. All right, this is disgusting. It's horrible. And don't tell me God inspired this. The Lord is righteous. He is holy, pure. The Bible says that Jesus said in the scriptures, if any offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone be hanged about his neck and he were drowned in the depth of the sea. You don't offend little ones. You don't go after children. Just disgusting. And you put any kind of stuff in there about, well, there's, you know, this thing, you try to justify this anyway, I'm going to delete your comment and probably ban you from this channel. Okay, you've got serious problems if you're trying to defend this. Just absolutely repulsive to me.
You know, if your child is thrown out from every single school in the tri-state area, right? At some point, the principal is going to tell you, it's not the schools. You understand? Jews have been thrown out from every single country they ever lived in, besides maybe 5. New Zealand, Australia, America, and maybe another 2. You tell me one country in the world that they lived, they weren't expelled from. So at some point, you got to look at yourself and you say, you know what? Maybe it's us. So you become a self-hating Jew. I understand the process very well. 2,000 years of being thrown out of every school. At some point, you look in the mirror and you say, you know what? I got the issue.
Yeah, we got the issue. We know the issue all too well. It's almost like you need a minute to decompress after listening to that bullshit, especially over and over and over again. It gets old. But so I put something here. So when they were mentioning about what's up with Jews and, you know, incest and little kids. Well, I mean, you could read about it. Jews, incest, and hysteria. It's 38 pages. All here. Haven't read it yet, but we got it on paper. So any attempts to take the internet down, we don't care. We're at that point. All we need is all you need is really a photocopier and all these documents. But if we have all the documents, we have all the documents. Right? Right. Let's see, where's it at? Second here. Oh, there it is. All right. So we are going to go into some light reading, shall we? Because, well, come on, get bigger. There you go. All right, I dropped it in the YouTube chat. So if anybody could put this up in the regular chat and put on both for the permanent comments. This one is a doozy. Judaism and Bolshevism. Challenge and replies. Some facts concerning Bolshevism, Judaism, Christianity, and international Jew-controlled finance. Bolshevism and Zionism. It does not say Zionist-controlled finance, does it? No. But, boom, 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 right? So, this article, which appeared in installments in the issue of Catholic Herald, the 21st, 28th of October, and the 4th of November. They're all 7 days apart. The 28th of October. I don't know what happened that day. Let me know. Was written in reply to challenge issued by L.F. Heidemann. It was reprinted in pamphlet form. You know, we'll just get this one. So, at a meeting held in St. Joseph's Hall, Hanwell, in July last to protest against the Bolshevik persecution of Christianity, because that's just what they did. Now, this is in 1933, guys. So, 21st, 28th, and November 4th, 1933, right? Judaism and Bolshevism. Isn't it funny that it'd be 1933, the same year that they came and they started worshiping Molech? Nothing to see here, right? Okay, Christianity, the speakers and ASEA enlighten their audience as the part played by certain sections of Jewry in the establishment by the terrorist methods of the Bolshevik system of government, which is avowedly anti-God, and its efforts to destroy the present social system of the world is determined to stamp out Christianity. And how do you think they're going to do that? By using communism. Because after this, we have the current communist goals that we're going to go over. We went over last night. And it's actually like way good. The article, link for article, Linda, it's actually under, I'm under Iron J Train 2003 under YouTube. If anybody, I don't know if anybody caught that or not, but yeah, that's mine under this. It's an old account, very old account. And thank you, Cactus64. Oh, great white pointer sharks. No, I think they're going to be well fed on all continents, including Australia, because there's a lot of them everywhere. Mr. L.J. Heidemann, in letters written to the editor of the Catholic Herald, has taken exception to the statements made by myself in particular at the meeting. To him, and perhaps to many others who are unaware of the facts, Bolshevism and Judaism would appear to be contradictions in terms. Capitalistic Jewry with anti-capitalist Bolshevism would seem to be absurd. And the use of Bolshevism, Zionism, and international finance, the money power, by a small and powerful section of world Jewry as a means of gaining world domination are to be classed as somewhat wild conclusions. You would think that too, right? The Jews and Bolshevism. Bolshevism is a Jewish conception, not a Zionist conception, a Jewish conception, based on the teachings of Karl Marx and other revolutionary socialists. It is characterized by destruction and chaos and imposes its will and maintains its power by terrorism and murder. Tell me if that doesn't sound like what's going on currently. And this was written in 1933. Bolshevism is, above all, anti-Christian and anti-social. For until the existing order has been destroyed, the so-called dictatorship of the proletariat and a universal brotherhood of nations cannot be imposed upon the world. There are many who would keep the public in ignorance of the part played by Jews, whether socialists, communists, Zionists, or financiers. In the events which have led to the destruction of Tsardom, that's being a czar in Russia, to the enslavement of the Russian people by terrorism, and the imposition of the Jewish-controlled Bolshevik regime to the post-war Red Revolutions in Europe and Asia, 1917, 1923, guys, those 6 years, to the economic and industrial war on capitalistic states conducted under the 5-year plan. Yeah, the 5-year plan, you know, when they're seizing all their farms and all that shit. And we went through the 5-year plan, I think, a couple months ago. To the unchecked persecution of Christians by Bolsheviks in Russia, Spain, Mexico, and elsewhere, and to the rapid spread of Bolshevik activities throughout the world, and in particular in Palestine, the Middle East, India, and China. In particular in Palestine. 1933, Israel was not even a conception. Within the limits of a short article, it's only possible to give a fraction of the overwhelming amount of evidence from authoritative sources, both Gentile and Jew, in support of these facts. The following instances, however, should serve to convince your readers that Bolshevism and Zionism are but means to an end. Weapons in the fight by a Jewish world power for supremacy in politics, economics, and religion, that is, the fight for Jewish nationalism posing as internationalism against Gentile nationalism. So, against Gentile nationalism, right? Who was a big proponent of Gentile nationalism? Uncle Adolf. That's who. He's a populist, just like Trump. They don't want Trump in because he's America first. As we see, everybody's like, oh, he's turning to Israel first. No, he's not. Remember, these are the biggest narcissists you. So, how do we know that Israel's finally last now? What did President Trump do over the weekend? He deployed 2 nuclear subs to Russia. But he said he was doing it. So, of course, hey, we're sending 2 nuclear subs over to Russia. See what's going on over there. You don't think their intelligence picks this up too? Or are we sending our subs out there and they have their subs out there? Think Mir, because the Mir sub also, anything subgroup, they have to go after D5. The 5 submarines in the Dolphin class submarine class in, well, out of Israel. But it's funny because they'll bitch about Germany in this, but who built the 5 subs? And the 6th one's being built right now called Drakon. Because of course, why would you call your sixth sub Dracon, like Draco? Nice, right? Bolshevism officially attributed to Jews. The British government published a white paper, Russia, #1, April 1919, in which was contained a report from M. Oendijk, the Netherlands minister at St. Petersburg, who was watching British interests during the Bolshevik Revolution. M. Oendijk states, I consider the immediate suppression of Bolshevism is the greatest issue now before the world, not even excluding the war which is still raging, and unless, as above stated, Bolshevism is nipped in the bud immediately, it is bound to spread in one form or another over Europe and the whole world, as it is organized and worked by Jews who have no nationality and whose one object is to destroy for their own ends the existing order of things. This report dated September 6, 1918, was forwarded by Sir M. Finlay from Christiania to Mr. later Lord Balfour. Incidentally, the above passage was deleted from a subsequent abridged edition of the said white paper. So, when this was forwarded over to Balfour, and Balfour's 65 words literally gave them the right to a Jewish state in Palestine, which the Jews, you aren't a nationality. You are a religion. You are a fucking cult. That's what you are. The following facts demonstrate the part played by Jewry in the furtherance of Bolshevist activities. The hostility of both capitalistic and socialist Jews to the Tsarist regime is a matter of history. According to own claims, the Maccabean New York 1905, the Jews were the most active revolutionaries in the Tsar's empire. The Jewish banker, the late Jacob Schiff, of the powerful banking group Kuhn Loeb and Company, aided Russian revolutionaries. He financed it. According to Jewish Encyclopedia, 1925, Jacob Schiff financed Japan against Russia in the War of 1904 and 1905. Trying to kill all the best Gentiles, aren't we? Just to make this massive Jewish superstate. Jews engineered the Russian revolutions of 1905 and 1917. Well, no shit. From statements made by Sokal, the Zionist leader in his book, The History of Zionism, and by other Jews, it is apparent that organized Zionism played an important part in Bolshevik activities in Russia. The success of the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution was made possible by the financial support and influence of international Jew financiers. That was in the Sisson Report, published by American Committee of Public Information, 1919. It was also in the Times, February 9, 1918. So it was actually in the media as well. But did we listen? No. Statesmen representing the Allies in 1919 endeavored to secure the recognition and representation of the Bolshevik government at the peace conference at Versailles. So, not only did Germany get skull-fucked totally in the Treaty of Versailles, having to pay back everything that they didn't even cause during the First World War, but then the Bolshevik government, they secured recognition and representation at the same peace conference. Why would they be at a peace conference when they're the ones that were trying to just sell everybody out? Fucking stupid. Hold on a second. Let me see this quick. See if this thing came through yet. I took a couple pictures earlier and I was waiting for them to come through their screenshots. Because, well, El Presidente made not a mistake, but probably a legitimate thing. We'll go over that though. Wickham Steed, editor of the Times, at a period of which he wrote in his book Through 30 Years, stated regarding this move. The prime movers were Jacob Schiff, Warburg, and other international financiers who wished above all to bolster up the Jewish Bolshevists in order to secure a field for German and Jewish exploitation of Russia. International finance, Jew-dominated, found abundant credits for the 5-year plan. Krassin served as one of the post-war links between Jewish and other finance and the Bolsheviks. The intrigues by which financial credits apparently made to Germany reached Russia had been denounced in the USA. Congress and elsewhere, well, USA, Congress, and elsewhere. We like commas around here. You could seriously use the Oxford comma. It wouldn't hurt. The statements have not been refuted by the German-American Jew bankers thus implicated. Well, they didn't say they didn't do it. Well, looks like they did do it. Number 5, that there is some alliance between the Bolshevik leaders, the avowed enemies of capitalism, and the world supercapitalist must be inferred from the fact that Felix Warburg in 1927 was given a royal welcome to Russia in spite of his association with the Federal Reserve Bank of America and with the banking group of Kuhn, Loeb and Company. As he been given a royal welcome to Russia, you mean the Soviet Union, in 1927. Because what did that do? Well, after the whole 1917, the 1917 deal in Russia, from 1917 1923, that's when they started carving up Russia. They carved up into little technocratic states like Ukraine, Crimea, Kazakhstan, ones like that. The Bolshevik government in Russia is actually a Jewish government. The Soviet movement was a Jewish and not a Russian conception. It was forced on Russia from without when in 1917, German and German-American Jew interests sent Lenin and his associates into Russia, furnished with the wherewithal to bring about the defection of the Russian armies and the overthrow of the Kerensky provisional government, which was pro-allies. Thus, the movement has never been controlled by Russians, for of the 224 revolutionaries who in 1917 were dispatched to Russia with Lenin to foment the Bolshevik Revolution, 170 were Jews. According to the Times of March 29, 1919, of the 20 to 30 commissaries, our leaders who provide the central machinery of the Bolshevik movement, not less than 75% were Jews. Among the minor officials, the number is legion. According to the official information from Russia, in 1920, out of 545 members of the Bolshevist administration, 447 were Jews. The benefits of office under the Bolshevik regime had been reaped by the Jews. The number of the official appointments that have been bestowed upon Jews during the Soviet regime is entirely out of proportion to their percentage in the state. So, when we read this, you have to remember, we showed that, I'll pull up that Zog thing too. We go through it again, because when you see how this all shapes up, we have to start noticing at this point. The population of Soviet Russia is officially given as 158,400,000. The Jewish section, according to Jewish Encyclopedia, being about 7,800,000. Yet, according to the Jewish Chronicle of January 6, 1933, over 1/3 of the Jews in Russia have become officials. It's just like the percentages in that Zog. It's like you have all these people, and then you look at the percentages. If they're, 0.2% of the population in the U.S., why do they hold 30, 40, 50%, or sometimes 80% of all the positions? Anti-Semitism in Russia is now classed as counter-revolutionary and is punishable by death. Yeah. So, here's where it gets so fucking interesting. It is significant that the red 5-pointed star, which in former time was a symbol of Zionism and Jewry, is now the symbol of the Russian proletariat. Jesus, guys. Where, on what state flag is there a 5-pointed red star? California. Bolshevism, Judaism, and Christianity. Bolshevism was enforced in Russia by means of confiscation, terrorism, and murder on a scale of unprecedented magnitude. I don't know, Palestine, Gaza, West Bank, anyone? New York? According to Bolshevist figures and other estimates in the revolution, some 20 million people lost their lives, either by violence or from starvation and disease. Of these people, some 1,766,118 persons had been executed before February 1922. So please, tell me about the Holocaust again, Shapiro. I'm all fucking ears. I would love to get on a podcast with some of these kikes and just go to town on them. No, I'm not fond of Jews at all. I used to not have a problem with them. But once you start digging this shit, once you start seeing they're pointing all the fingers and everything's pointed right back at them, at what specific time do we start noticing? Because it's not our job to get rid of them. His job. Also Space Force's job. Because what do you think Operation Warp Speed was? And we have the documentation on that too. We could even pull that out too. The terror has become a permanent institution by which the Bolshevik Jewish government maintains its tyrannical power over the enslaved millions of Russia and pursues its war on religion. If you notice, well, you had the FBI going after Catholics that were going under the Latin Mass, but then you weren't going after too many Christians here because, well, you literally gave them the Schofield Bible. These statements may come to a shock to many readers, both Christian and Orthodox Jew, who may have condemned the activities and actions of Bolshevists without realizing where the true responsibility lay. They will be further disturbed to read from the Jewish Chronicle of April 4th, 1919. It's in their words, guys. And people want to say, oh, you use it like Jews. Well, and I know nobody's saying that to be derogatory, but it's like, at what point do you have to say, hey, they really hate white people? Because they don't classify themselves as white. They classify themselves as Jewish. Quote, there is much in the fact of Bolshevism itself, in the fact that so many Jews are Bolshevists, in the fact that the ideals of Bolshevism at many points are consonant with the finest ideals of Judaism. And from the Jewish World of March 5th, 1923. Fundamentally, Judaism is anti-Christian. So please, take your Judeo-Christian values and shove them right up your fucking ass. Because it's all one big lie. They lied, and they keep on lying, and people keep on believing this shit. We have to just finally just say, fuck it. Just get rid of them all. All right? Just, at this point in the game, you know, put them all in FEMA camps. That's what the FEMA camps were built for the no-hide laws. So when they turn around and say, oh, here's our God, and they have that third temple that they put up, and if you say that that's Jesus Christ, well, guess what? You're beheaded. But we'll go further. An expression of opinion which by no means new to the Jewish world, for an issue of February 9th, 1883, there appears the following. The great ideal of Judaism is that the whole world shall be imbued with Jewish teachings and that the universal brotherhood of nations, a greater Judaism, is, in fact, all the separate races and religions shall disappear. Not the Zionist world. Bernard Lazar, a Jew, in his book, probably, anti-Semite. The Jew is not satisfied with de-Christianizing. He Judicizes. Judas, hello, guys? Sold Christ out? He destroys Catholic or Protestant faith. He provokes indifference, but he imposes his idea of the world, of morals and of life upon those whose faith he ruins. He works at his age-old task, the annihilation of the religion of Christ. So please tell me again why do people even fucking bow to these fucks? Any of them. They're shitbags, all of them. The wholesale persecution, torture, and murder of Christians by Bolsheviks in Russia and elsewhere would therefore appear to be the logical and practical application of the above ideals as foretold by William Marr in 1879 and Dostoevsky in 1880. Many Jews deplore the participation of members of their race, even though they may be professed atheists, in the unbridled acts of destruction, cruelty, and devilry which characterize Bolshevist tyranny. Many Jews deplore the participation of members of their race. They're not a race. In order to have a race, you need to have a homeland. Since that was taken from you, over 2,000 years ago, because all you want to do is kill, God's creations. And then you just said, oh, well, we're going to seize that land again. Why are you going to seize it? Well, God said we could have this land. I'm sure there were some caveats to that. Because nowhere in if you read any of the Bible, it doesn't say they were guaranteed anything. Because they don't understand. Jacob turned to Israel. It was a person. That's it. And the true Israel is America. In an attempt to explain away the fact that Jews play or played leading parts in the perpetration of the hideous crimes of Bolshevik terror. Alfred Nozick, one of the spiritual leaders of Judaism, states, socialism and the Messiah Code are not at all in opposition. All Jewish groups, all have a vital interest in the victory of socialism. They must extract it not only on principle, but not only because of its identity with the Messianic doctrine, but also on tactical grounds. Oh, yeah. There we go. Revolutionaries. The Jewish socialist is reproached with playing a leading part in the Communist Terrorist Party. This is only now, spiritual leader of Judaism. That's not Henry Ford. That's not Adolf Hitler. That's them saying about them. They're narcissists, and they always say this, but then yet, oh, you took that all out of context. I know how to read, Kike. I know how to read. I know how to spell. Don't mind us. You guys just didn't hide it good enough. This is only explained by two reasons: a complete estrangement of the Jewish terrorists from the spirit of the Messianic doctrine, and the strong mixture of Tartar and Cossack blood that is inculcated in the savage and cruel principles. The reader may not be aware that the Eastern European Jew, known as the Ashkenazim or German Jew, is of Jewish, Mongolian, Turkish extraction, and Ukrainian. The Western European Jew, known as Sephardim, the Sephardim, or Portuguese Jew, is regarded as purely Jewish in origin. They threw them out too. They were doing the same shit, sacrificing Christian kids. The alliances between international finance and its proteges, Bolshevism and Zionism. The European War and its aftermath dealt staggering blows to Western Christian civilization. By contrast, however, international Jewry has emerged therefrom with enhanced financial and political power in all parts of the world. Through the use of money power, international Jew finance is now able to direct the internal and external policies of the governments of the impoverished states of Europe and also of America. And how'd they do that? I don't know. They took us off the gold standard for one. They had McKinley killed. Now there goes the tariffs. Because if the tariffs were still active all the way through, guess what? You wouldn't have an IRS, would you? And that's one of the tenets of communism. By this power, it has forced Gentile governments to further the political aspirations of Zionism and to refrain from protecting the interests of their own nationals from the activities of Bolsheviks who are undermining the economic, social, moral, and religious systems of all states. Wow. Over 100 years in the making, guys. Shit's never changed. They just kept on building up, building up, building up. International finance is not altruistic. It ever seeks its own material advancement and power. Europe is exhausted as a profitable investment, but Russia, Siberia, the Far East, India, the Middle East are awaiting exploitation and would offer colossal gains of those who could superimpose upon them the mass production methods of modern machinery. Well, let's see. Why did they want that land first? Israel, right? It wasn't because it was promised to them. It was because in the Dead Sea, you had all that phosphorus that you could mine, all the potash as well. Multiple trillions of dollars. Not to mention all the offshore natural gas spots there are off the coast of Gaza that are there for the taking. So now you see why they want to just take Gaza, because then they could get all the ocean front, and they said they could already build their houses there and everything, but Trump said that we had it. So if they're all bitching about the state of Palestine being recognized, Palestine wasn't a state to begin with, it was a country. Maybe that's where we're missing the big part. Bolshevism has opened the way to Jewish industrialization of Russia and Siberia and may deliver India and the Far East into the hands of international Jew finance. So, Jewish industrialization of Russia and Siberia. Wow, huh? So, what do we have here? Well, before the Jews, let's face it, in like the 1880s, remember we had all the ether, all the World's Fairs, all of them here. But yet there were no bathrooms or toilets in them. That's odd. But then again, the Industrial Revolution, which stripped us away from, I don't know, you've got the Hindenburg, that did away with flight, Then they said, hey, you're on a spinning ball. So that promoted airplanes, which we got fucked on too. Because no airplane, no passenger airplane runs off fuel, guys. Zero. It's all compressed air. That's it. Because whenever I'll have to find the video, but there's a beach. It's right next to an airport, right? And when the plane comes around and it kicks on the afterburners, right? So you see all these people getting blown in the water, right? If you were to do that behind a military plane or something like that, you would get lit the fuck up because they actually run off of fuel. That's why they get refueled. Like, oh yeah, we just have to, we have to land here and there, and they say, oh, they ain't gotta do shit. We even have a video of them hooking up the electric and everything like that to the plane. No fuel in sight. It's part to foster a world revolution and the destruction of religion so that the present social systems may be swept away, as in Russia. International finance, after the success of the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, which Zionists had aided, realized that it stood greatly to gain by supporting the Zionist movement by forcing the Balfour Declaration on a financially harassed British government and thereby consolidating world Jewry into a powerful political factor for use in their own interest in world affairs. So, it's as if even Lord Balfour was blackmailed somehow. Probably like little kids. The Zionists themselves later in 1928 realized that their movement had been exploited by the international finance, and in 1929 did not hesitate to say so. The Zionists actually said in 1928 that they were being exploited by the fucking Jews. So please tell me again how it's a Zionist fucking problem right now. 4. At the dictates of powerful Jew financiers, the Zionist organization, as the official liaison between world Jewry and the mandatory power for Palestine, Zionism was the intermediary of it. That should scare people. Was superseded by the Jewish Agency, a body containing powerful non-Zionist elements. Because it wasn't about Zionism. Because the Albert Pike Mazzini letter, World War III, Zionism and Islam destroying itself. There's somebody missing here. Jews. International finance by support of Zionism has obtained the power to exploit the vast resources of oil, chemicals, and other substances in the lands to which Palestine is the outlet. By the same means that has dumped into Palestine, the most sacred country in the world, thousands of Bolshevik Jews who would destroy all religions and who, from this strategic center, are engaged in propaganda designed to draw Palestine, Egypt, the Middle East, India, and the Far East into the gigantic movement begun in Russia and to destroy British imperialism. I wouldn't say destroy British imperialism. It's almost as if especially now, since they're under the British Virgin Islands, under the corporation change, you have the Brits, which the UK, come on, guys. Who were the real ones that were stealing all the land? It was the Brits, right? They dress up in, medals and shit like that, Brotherhood of the Snake, all that shit. But they're the ones that are, because if you notice, when anybody goes to war, there's not many British troops, not as many American, let's face it, because the population is just, apples and oranges. But you never see Israel. They're always the one, bombing and then running back and saying, oh, we're getting attacked. Fuck them. The part played by international finance in furthering Bolshevism is a source of bewilderment of those who do not understand that money, power, Zionism, and Bolshevism are but weapons in the hands of international Jewry. On the face of it, astute Jew financiers, with their knowledge of mankind, would not be so stupid or so insane as to pour vast amounts of capital into the worldwide activities of Bolshevism unless they were certain in their own mind that their own interest and power were secure whatever happened to the rest of humanity. So, when you're going to destroy the Fed, right? If he has all the gold, it eliminates international finance. That's why he's the one making deals He's using the tariffs as a smokescreen to literally complete all these deals. On the the alliance between Jewish finance and revolutionary movements was no mystery to Disraeli, Lord Beaconsfield, Benjamin Disraeli, by the way. For just after the European revolutionary upheaval of 1848, he wrote, "The influence of the Jews may be traced in the last outbreak of the destructive principle in Europe. An insurrection takes place against tradition and aristocracy, against religion and property. Destruction of the Semitic principle, extirpation of the Jewish religion, whether in the Messianic or the Christian form, the natural equality of man, and the abrogation of property are proclaimed by the secret societies who form provisional governments, and men of Jewish race are found at the head of every one of them." Please tell me against the Zionists. Please tell me against it's not the Zionists. "The people of God cooperate with atheists." The people of God cooperate with atheists. So the people of God cooperate with the ones that don't believe in God. Does that make much sense? Zero. The most skillful accumulators of property ally themselves with communists. BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. The peculiar and chosen race touch the hand of all the scum and low castes of Europe. Oh, that's all of us too, by the way, guys. And all this because they wish to destroy that ungrateful Christendom, which owes to them even in name, its name, and whose tyranny can no longer endure. Similar statements have been made by many other writers of eminence and erudition. Fuck if I know what that is. History shows that Jew has always been by nature a revolutionary, and that since the dispersion of his race in the 2nd century, he has either initiated or assisted revolutionary movements in religion, politics, and finance, which weaken the power of the states wherein he dwelt. So, when I saw this, you can only imagine the joy upon my face. Because when we were looking at all these dates throughout history, right? Remember we mentioned, isn't it funny that pre-1947, you didn't see many like terrorist attacks, right? Saw wars, you know, little uprising and all that. But after 1947, 48, everything seemed to spike. And it was everybody else, but not the Jews getting killed. Because, well, remember they had the Holocaust to lay their head on now. But now that, well, they're all dying and nobody gives a fuck about that anymore, they have to go back to October 7th. So October 7th is the current day Holocaust where they're just going to sit here and just lie to us. But yet the internet never forgets. On the other hand, a few FARC-seeking members of the race have always been at hand to reap financial and political advantage coincident with such upheavals. Look at our government. In the present case, however, world Jewry may have let loose a force of destruction which international finance may find itself powerless to control. In fact, another Frankenstein monster. You did. Is the whole Jewish race to be condemned? I fucking hope so. It's not a race either, it's a religion, guys. Dr. Oskar, a Jew, in 1920, in a letter which had been printed as preface to a book, The World Significance of the Russian Revolution by G. Pitt Rivers, attributes the fact that, quote, Jewish elements provide the driving force for both communism and capitalism, for the material as well as the spiritual ruin of this world. To the intense idealism of the Jew. The material as well as the spiritual ruin of this world. I mean, the material, you could say keeping up with the Joneses, all that shit. But when you talk about the spiritual ruin of this world, this is where you have to look at. Boom. Pornography, OnlyFans, all the same shit that made the Weimar just a shit place to be in the 1920s and 10s and all that. That's why Hitler did what he did. So isn't it funny that here comes Trump and we're trying to stop the same thing that he tried to stop back then? We're going to succeed, though. However, as he points out, all Jews are not financiers, Zionists, or Bolshevists. Dr. Levy considers that the Jews have most grievously erred. We who have promised to lead you to a new heaven, we have finally succeeded in landing you into a new hell. I look at this world and I shudder at its ghastliness. I shudder all the more as I know the spiritual authors of all this ghastliness. But its authors themselves are unconscious in this as in all they are doing. I don't know. It's your religion. It's your books. It's your Torah. It's your Talmud. This the light show. They're just talking about screwing three-year-olds. Like it's okay. It may be true that fanatics who have committed the many and only too well authenticated acts of destruction and devilry are not fully aware of all that they are doing. Oh, yes, they are. For Bolshevism is but one of several weapons employed by a small and very powerful group of men who lust for world domination, to whose prototypes Christ pronounced the following indictment. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. St. John chapter 8, verse 44. That would be an 8-8. The 8th is on a Friday, by the way, guys. And also 88022. This is the 3-year anniversary of them raiding Mar-a-Lago. We always go by threes. 3s and 4s. It makes a 7. And whose existence in these days have been referred to by Jews of such eminence in politics and finance as Benjamin Disraeli and Walter Rathenau. The small group of men, Jews, have long exercised a hidden dictatorship over the affairs of Europe, America, and to some extent in Asia by means of enslavement of national governments to what Herzl, the first leader of the Zionist organization, called our terrible power of the purse. This method of control cannot be applied to Tsarist Russia, therefore the end was achieved by means of Bolshevism, a method which is also being used to bring the East into subjection to them. The machinations of this group of men have been crowned with so great a measure of success that members of their race have had the effrontery in their recent representation of Britannia to attach the seal of Solomon to her shield and the Judaistic symbol of the serpent around her trident. And with the descendants of those who rejected Christ had not only joined hands with the Antichrist, but also with those who would expel God from his universe and set up his place gold and the machine as symbols of their gross materialism. Unless the power of the section of Jewry is checked by human or superhuman means, the peoples of the world, whether Gentile or Jew, are doomed to slavery of body and soul. It's always them. I can prove it's not. That's all we ask. Just prove it's not you guys. But you can't. So all right, I did put a video in the YouTube chat. Where do we go with this? Perfect example of news media blatantly lying for Israel. Well, who controls the news media?
And this is why we refuse to engage and be complicit in these death traps that Israel has set through the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
So Israel's National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir said, "We will not allow a single gram of aid into Gaza Strip until its people kneel and beg. Gaza must be leveled to the ground. There is no such thing as innocent people." So that means
surely, though, the Israelis are innocent, sir.
And so now they're starving. So that means that's one of the heads of the government saying we're starving people, which they are. So they're doing a genocide right in 4K. Everybody sees it, which is why they have to censor you on TikTok and everywhere else. And he said it. And then here is more than 1,000 desperate Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces since the end of May, trying to reach food distribution run by the controversial United States and Israel-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation amid wide. So they have this thing called the U.S. and Israel-backed Gaza Humanitarian Fund. So they're the ones supposed to be giving aid out. But what they do is when you show up for the aid, they just start slaughtering you. They start shooting them.
No one is innocent, Jimmy, not even the children.
But
Ben-Gvir is from that terror group that killed Rabin, right?
That's right.
He had his hood on. Yeah. So, wow, he's in government there.
Yeah. So watch, the point of this segment is to show you how Fox News is covering this. They're saying that the reason why the people in Gaza are starving isn't because guys like Ben-Gvir and Benjamin Netanyahu are starving them on purpose, which is what they're doing. It's that because the UN isn't giving the aid that Israel's all about. This is what U.S.-backed organization sounds the alarm over abandoned aid for Gaza, calls for UN collaboration. You're not going to believe this. The GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, is reaching out to one of its most prominent critics in hopes of bridging the divide and finding a path to collaboration on aid distribution. So Israel's pretending they're trying to bring aid to the Gazan people. And they're not. They're, as I just showed you in the first slide from this, the Ben Gvir says not one drop of aid is going to get to them. We're going to slaughter all of them. On Tuesday, the organization's executive chairman, Reverend Johnny Moore, sent a letter to Tom Fletcher at the United Nations, Under Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator. And so what they're, as you are aware, the humanitarian situation in Gaza continues to deteriorate. Despite the extraordinary volume of aid inside Gaza, the vast majority of it remains warehoused and undelivered or looted. The result is millions of civilians without consistent access to the food. So he's pretending like this is something that's just happening instead of something that's being perpetrated by the Israeli government. So this guy who's in charge of the aid is pretending it's just happening and that we got to figure out a plan. In his letter, Moore asserts that while the United Nations agencies have blamed the stalled aid on the lack of permissions and security concerns, the reality is much different. It's not Israel. It's not. More than 400 aid distribution points run by the UN and its partners remain closed. Kitchens have shuttered, trucks sit idle, drivers are striking, and convoys are routinely looted. This is not an access issue. It's a capacity and operational issue. And the world deserves honesty about that distinction. So they're trying to say this isn't happening on purpose by Israel. This is Fox News. That's why I'm showing you this, how crazy this report is. Moore also expressed concern about the UN-aligned organizations and spokespeople launching public retaliation attacks while ignoring broader system. It's systemic. These failures are systemic. It's not that we're trying. Lieutenant Colonel Nadav Shashani, Israel Defense Forces international spokesperson, posted a video on Tuesday allegedly showing 950 trucks of aid waiting in Gaza for international organizations to pick up and distribute. So it's not us. We're not doing this. And here it is. Watch. So this is him tweeting it out. Here's the 950 trucks. They're just, it's not us. We want to feed the people. So he tweets this out. This is the video.
And they're not luring the women and children in with that anymore?
They're not doing that to try to slaughter them when they come to get the aid? So there it is. That's when it comes to criticism from the United Nations, GHF spokesperson Chapin Fay told Fox News Digital the organization was established to correct mistakes the international body has made over the years. So they're saying that this aid organization created by the United States and Israel, they're there to fix all the bad organization.
Oh, the whoopsie doodles.
Yeah. The UN has been doing this for years, and that's why we're here. GHF was created to solve two problems. One, Israel lost faith in the prior system because of the second problem, which was diversion. Again, the UN has had a near perfect record of food being diverted for various reasons. So they're blaming the UN.
Yeah.
Hamas, so that's why we're here. And the difference is we are delivering this safely and securely, and we've had zero aid diverted. Zero of our trucks have been diverted.
Okay, wait. Working with local Hamas agents in Gaza, the UN, you mean like how you did before October 7th?
Regardless of what you hear or read about in the international media, we've had very little violence on our sites, Fay told Fox News Digital. He added that there were only 2 incidents, a deadly trampling that Fay said was fomented by Hamas, and another was a terror attack in which Hamas-style grenades were thrown at and injured 2 American workers.
I'm sorry, what? Hamas-style grenades?
Hamas-style.
Were they on hang gliders?
So there's more of it. This is the new scam. It is the United States' fault in preventing aid from entering for months. Israel has been harassing UNers are death traps. This is rotten, shameless mendacity. So this is the new scam. Blame it on APEC, and they're all blaming it on the UN. This is the new scam.
But I've already seen the reporting of them killing the people and saying we have to kill them.
I've already seen it. Here's Fox News. I am Rachel Wolf. Congrats, you are complicit in starving children. So that's who wrote this, Rachel Wolf. So she wrote the U.S. backed org sounds. She wrote this garbage.
Okay, I'm sorry. Didn't Greta Thunberg just try to run the blockade with aid, and then they captured her and made her watch Holocaust movies?
Yeah. So Dropside put this out. Incredible distortion of facts by Fox News in the report linked below, framing the UN as responsible for Gaza's starvation. So here
it'll work on my ex-girlfriend. She'll be like, yeah, they were trying to give it to them, but the UN stopped it. That works on American Jews that have American news coming at them. The Israelis know better, but they put the stupid news for the American ones.
That's right.
And if you want to know the equivalent of stupid, it's like when you talk about that priest that used to molest all the kids and the parents go, he didn't do that.
Yes.
That's the Jew Vatican equivalent of stupid, of just pretending. No, they were trying their best.
So here's this Francesca Albanese. She's the UN rapporteur on Israel-Gaza. And here's what she says.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is absolutely a death trap.
So this humanitarian foundation created by the U.S. and Israel, the GHF, she's saying it's a death trap. So they pretend to give aid, and then when you show up for the aid, they kill you. And then they blame the UN for people starving, and they're starving them on purpose. So here she goes.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is absolutely a death trap. I wouldn't know how to call the 600 people who have been killed while trying to reach aid. Also, so first of all, this is the most, the term humanitarian absolutely it cannot be utilized in a serious fashion toward that thing, because humanitarian aid must follow certain principles: the principle of humanity, the principle of dignity, the principle of protection of human life, so creating no harm. This creates harm. It's not a dignified way to distribute food and aid. It's not providing all the aid that is adequate. So what are we talking about? So without even looking at it as a killing machine, it's not providing aid. And again, I restate, it's ludicrous. It's ludicrous that international community is not forcing, is not breaking the blockade, because this is the only sensible thing that should be done right now. So
she's saying that the international community should be breaking this blockade on aid that Israel has in place.
So only Greta Thunberg did that.
Yep. So here is from Oxfam International. We do not tell people come and get aid and get killed. That is not how we operate. Well, let's listen to what she says.
We don't agree to distribute aid by military contractors or private contractors in fenced distribution sites with concrete blocks and metal fencing and shooting at stampedes of civilians, trying to basically, they said our report says it, first come, first serve. That's not how our humanitarian responses look like. We actually guided, first of all, by the impartiality of our work, but also the dignity of people. Our responses are dignified. We do not tell people come and get aid or get killed. That is not how we operate, and this is why we refuse to engage and be complicit in these death traps.
We don't say, "Oh, come here and get aid or get killed," right? No, you're telling people to come here and get aid, and then you get killed. See how it's a play of words with them? Just.
The Israel has set through the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
So she's saying, yeah, we're not going to participate in these death traps where you tell people to come get aid and then you slaughter them. We're not going to do that. It's not, and aid doesn't happen on a first come, first served basis. That's not dignified. That creates problems, creates stampedes, and then uses stampede. So these are the people who are saying, yeah, we're not going to work with the Israeli military. And in the system of cages they've set up to give people aid. But the thing was that
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why is it when Bibi Netanyahu was paying Hamas to exist for 20 years, did he ever think to fence all the suitcases of money from Qatar in there? And then when they come in, kill them, and then this wouldn't have happened? Did that occur to him? Like how they do with kids?
So this is, again, one of the most outrageous American news stories, and Fox just repeats it. Fox just repeat. They just whatever was told to them by their APAC handlers, they just said it. And
You know what's so
great
sickening
job,
is-
Rachel Wolf. That's who did that. Great job.
I mean, all the stupid History Channel crap of how could the Holocaust have happened? Why did normal people just go
Why did
along
normal
with it?
people?
Well, I hope the irony's not lost on you, but it is, isn't it?
Okay.
That's what the Nazis did when they were losing the war. They started wholesaling, we got to kill as many people as we can to cover up our crimes. So that shows you Israel ain't winning. They don't have the money to, obviously they could never beat Iran, and neither could we. And because they had to stop briefly, and those settlers are attacking the IDF also. That dipshit Netanyahu is caught between that Ben Gvir psychopath and other people. So that means they haven't been doing well. When you have to resort to death traps for civilians like that, that means you're losing.
Let's hope they are losing, and I will make more jokes about it this Sunday, August 3rd.
Fuck, where he's going? Do you guys? No, I don't. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, this is. I got a short one real quick. All right, this one's quick. We're going to shut this one down real quick.
Amy Jackson. California lawmakers are considering a bill that would require cities and counties to track whether new black hires are descendants of people enslaved in the United States. Starting in 2027, local hiring forms would need to offer three options: one for descendants of U.S. slavery, one for black employees who are not descendants, such as African and Caribbean lineages, and one for those who don't know or decline to answer. Supporters say the change could finally bring visibility to more than 2 million Californians whose lineage ties back to U.S. chattel slavery, a group they say is often invisible in local government data. The measure follows similar changes at the state level and stems from a recommendation by California's Reparations Task Force. It would apply to all cities and counties, including charter jurisdictions, and could be reimbursed by the state if declared a mandate. For AURN News, I'm Jamie Jackson.
Well, Jamie Jackson, you are sadly mistaken, because, see, this was all in this whole, God, what case was it? Shit. Damn it. What's it? Thorn something. Fraud vitiates everything, right? Well, that was also under California becoming a state. The only way California was let in as a state was as a free state, because they did not have any slavery. So all these fucking idiots are out in California like, oh, well, we're checking the black box. Like, you guys are falling right in line with the communist goals. You're separating yourselves, but I mean, stupid as stupid does. You know, just keep on pumping them full of drugs, keep the guns on the streets, and keep them killing people, because, well, if they're killing people, that means it's giving the Jews even more of an advantage, because they're having a lot of nonsensical death, which in turn creates a lot of trauma, fear, all that shit. And that's what they feed off of, is the vril. Nice. Fuck, just once, just. But they'll be out of here. Let me see. Oh. I've got this one as well. I put in the chat. This one's 10 minutes long. Oh, God, it just...
Prepare yourself. All of Gaza and every child in Gaza should starve to death. Don't forget that those who are in Gaza who choke and starve the hostages, they were once children. We didn't learn from Amalek. I'm going here, Ronan Shaulov. He's a rabbi with a huge following in Israel. As an anti-Zionist Israeli activist who translated his words put it, he's widely popular on social media with hundreds of thousands of followers across different platforms. He uttered these genocidal words in front of a huge crowd in Israel on July the 28th. Let's just listen to what he said.
Every child in Gaza should die of hunger. It's a disgrace and shame that in our country we even talk about hungry children in Gaza. It's a disgrace and shame that people, in just a few months, they forgot what we went through here on the 7th of October. All of Gaza and every child in Gaza should starve to death because of what the Gazans are doing to the hostages now. They are starving them and abusing them. And don't forget that those who are in Gaza and are choking and starving the hostages, they were once children. In Gaza, there are no uninvolved children. All the pictures I saw and the videos I unfortunately watched, all of them are of uninvolved civilians, not Hamas members who received with candies and baklavas bodies of hostages and live hostages and placed them inside the houses. They guarded them while they ate, and the hostages were hungry or dying of hunger. So if we're talking about the hungry, let them worry about the hungry hostages or the hungry parents who will be hungry all their lives to see their child return to life. We did not learn from Amalek when we left a trace of them. And if this time a trace of them remains, the 7th of October will return, just in a different year. I do not have mercy for those who do not care for our children. I do not have mercy for those who in a few years will grow up and not have mercy for us. I have no compassion for those who shed the blood of Jews who did nothing wrong to them. Raped, murdered, burned, severed limbs, and took pictures with severed limbs. Are these things that even animals don't do? Only a stupid mixed multitude hater of Israel has pity on the future terrorists, even though today they are small, and may they die of hunger. And if anyone has a problem with what I said, that's their problem.
Here's an example of the direct and public incitement to commit genocide, which is one of 5 crimes prohibited by the 1948 Genocide Convention, which Israel itself made law in 1950. Last year, the International Court of Justice, the world's highest court, issued legally binding provisional orders. And one of them was, the state of Israel shall take all measures within its power to prevent and punish the direct and public incitement to commit genocide in relation to members of the Palestinian group in the Gaza Strip. Israel, of course, is committing genocide. But here is one example of how it is violating the Genocide Convention. Just one example of how it's violating the Genocide Convention of 1948. There has been an avalanche of this genocidal incitement and intent from the very top, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli President Isaac Herzog, government ministers, army generals, army officials, media outlets, journalists, soldiers, ordinary citizens. We could go on. The reason that the direct and public incitement to commit genocide was criminalized was because it was understood that every genocide begins with words. It is a precondition for the dehumanization of the victims, presenting them as an existential menace, which strips away the natural empathy which most people feel, so they can support any amount of violence and barbarism towards that group, or simply acquiesce or stay silent. It enables soldiers to feel they can do what they want, that they have license, that their violence is sanctioned from above, which it is. We can hear there that the genocidal rabbi cites Amalek. He's referring there to the biblical story where the nation of Amalek attacks the Israelites and God makes this command of the Israelites in response. Now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. In other words, genocide. The story was cited twice by Netanyahu in the weeks after the 7th of October, both to a national broadcaster, that is, broadcast to the Israeli public as a televised address, and in a letter to Israeli soldiers. He cited Deuteronomy, remember what Amalek did to you, and added, we remember and we fight. There were then multiple examples of Israeli soldiers subsequently citing Amalek, such as chanting, we will erase the seed of Amalek, as they built a mosque, or chanting, I'm coming to occupy Gaza and be Hezbollah. I stick by one mitzvah to wipe off the seed of Amalek. It's somewhat surreal, isn't it, that in the West we are forced to debate Israel's cheerleaders who dominate our politics and media, who treat the claim that Israel is committing genocide as an outrageous smear, while in Israeli society it's just never-ending genocidal incitement. This has turned Israel into a genocidal hothouse. The polling shows that 82% of Jewish Israelis support expelling Palestinians from Gaza. 56% support expelling Palestinian citizens of Israel. They represent 20% of that population. And 40% agree that when conquering an enemy city, we should act in a manner similar to the way the Israelites acted when they conquered Jericho under the leadership of Joshua, namely to kill all its inhabitants. Those numbers include the soldiers themselves, of course, who are in Gaza and acting on that genocidal fervor. Israel is committing genocide. It is, as per the Genocide Convention, guilty of acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. And those acts, again, as per the Genocide Convention, include killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, and imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. Israel's official position is that literally no living Palestinians are going to remain in Gaza, that it will build a concentration camp, as the likes of right-wing former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert has put it, where survivors will be forced to go and be killed if they refuse before they're deported. Every day, the consensus this is genocide grows. It's already the case that it's the consensus of genocide and Holocaust scholars, including Israeli genocide and Holocaust scholars. Last week, 2 Israeli human rights organizations joined the chorus, including B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights. B'Tselem's report is entitled Our Genocide, and they state, an examination of Israel's policy in the Gaza Strip and its horrific outcomes, together with statements by senior Israeli politicians and military commanders about the goals of the attack, leads us to the unequivocal conclusion that Israel is taking coordinated action to intentionally destroy Palestinian society in the Gaza Strip. On Friday, David Grossman, Israel's most renowned novelist, who won the country's most prestigious prize, said it was genocide. He told Italian newspaper La Repubblica, I asked myself, how did we get here? How did we come to be accused of genocide? Just uttering that word, genocide, in reference to Israel, to the Jewish people, that alone, the fact that this association can even be made, should be enough to tell us that something very wrong is happening to us. Yesterday, the former deputy director of Mossad, Amarin Levin, called it genocide. He said, the orders the government is giving the army today are a crime. To give an order to shoot at hungry children and parents looking for a piece of bread, this is a crime. This is genocide. And also yesterday, the leader of J Street, the liberal pro-Israel Zionist movement of the US, which has consistently opposed claims Israel is committing genocide, wrote, until now, I have tried to deflect and defend when challenged to call this genocide. I have, however, been persuaded rationally by legal and scholarly arguments that international courts will one day find that Israel has broken the International Genocide Convention. One day, and not in the distant future. People find it absolutely absurd that anyone could have thought this wasn't genocide as it was actually happening. They will note the incessant genocidal intent expressed by Israel's leaders, as well as citizens and soldiers. They will note that Gaza was wiped from the face of the earth. They will note that conditions of life in Gaza were made unbearable, unlivable. The wiping out of homes, healthcare, agriculture, food production, denying its people food, medicine, clean water, as well as the deliberate destruction of the pillars of society, like schools, universities, libraries, archives, mosques, churches, things that give you a culture. It was obvious that, aside from the beginning, and still our politicians and media outlets willingly made themselves complicit by facilitating this abomination. Well, history will remember what they did, and I believe so will the courts. Please like and subscribe, leave your thoughts and your comments. Help us take on the pro-genocide media who have facilitated this genocide at patreon.com/4. You can share the video, get the message out there, listen to us on the podcast if you.
So yeah, those polls are pretty telling. They say, oh no, it's the government. No, no, no. Say, well, what about the innocent ones? Well, what about all the innocent ones on 6/8/1967? What about all the innocent ones on 9/11/2001? You guys were all cheering and happy for that. And Roseanne, don't like her. She's one of them. I refuse to even deal with any of them. Just, I won't. Because what's it going to cost me? Right? I mean, really, when you think about it, what can it really cost you? I mean, we're allowed to dislike whoever we want. We don't need the government telling us, it's like, oh, you can't say anything about this group. It's like, all that does is make us go at that group even fucking harder. That's the best part about it. And that's, I think, what Trump wants us to do. It's like, dig. You guys, we have it all. Not to mention all these other channels that are making little jabs at Q. It's like, of course they're fucking retards. I mean, I've learned stuff from their channels, but as soon as they go to Q and they start saying, oh, it's all fake from the start, and that, it's, at first, oh my God, I'm going to have to dig up this guy's, because this shit that, man, and that's the thing, I mean, people do have good information, but the problem is when they start to, how can you say it? I don't know, overstep their bounds, because, well, frankly, what this guy pretty much did. Let's see. Let me see. Use this one. Let me pull this one up real quick. All right. So what I did was I just went to the the 12-minute 37-second part of this video, the serpent people in New York. Now, like I said, this guy's got a lot of great stuff on the reptilians and all this. Great channel. But of course, people are going to say stuff that they disagree with what we say. So it's like, that's fine. But let's see your work and compare it to our work, shall we? That's all we want to do. We're not trying to be completely correct at us. We just want to get as much information as possible so that we can figure this shit out. I mean, it's like that. But the thing is, a lot of these people, they don't understand Q. They just don't get it. There's a lot of people that, how can I say this? You're going to have your hard R's, right? They just go along with whatever anybody else is saying on their page, their channel, taking their stuff, fucking doing whatever with it. But our stuff is just, we just run through it live, legit, and show the documents, and it's all we could do.
If you're in the kingdom of God, you're taking all data points. There's no data point that you don't take in because of personal preference over an individual. You understand what I'm saying? And the reason why we take in all data points is so we'll have enough knowledge and information so we can take it back to our central place and inquire of the Holy Spirit to figure out what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? You can take it to your altar of prayer, to your prayer closet, and say, hey, big guy, what's going on with this? Is this person telling the truth? Am I getting played here? But you got to have the data. You got to have the data. In fact, everything in this world is driven by data points. The only thing that AI is doing is simulating how your brain works. And the reason why it's hard for the average person brain to work properly is because, hell, we're under assault by 5G, 4G, dopamine hits, everything you can think of, food, air, and water. Our brains aren't functioning the way they need to function. So they dumb down the average human brain. And then
I want to stop it right there. Because what he's saying is that, so we're supposed to make excuses for us not having the knowledge that has been given to us. It's the internet. Everything's on here. So the big thing that I take away from this is that, you know, the excuses and everything like that, like, oh, you know, this is why I'm in this spot. No, that shit's got to go bye-bye. You know, everything's on you now. You know, what I choose to do after the show can influence everything I do tomorrow, could influence everything. So you have to make the right decisions. You know, don't eat that shit food. You know, don't drink shit water. Don't drink pop. I'm not telling you to do that, but you know, these are the decisions that all of us individually can make in order to gain more information, more knowledge.
Either replace human thought with computer thought. Yeah. Anyway, let's get it.
So I think they put Trump in to get the control grid. And we have at Solari, we have a collection that we update every week of all the things the administration is doing to build the control grid. And I have to tell you, you know, if I had chosen Trump to get the control grid and I was going to grade him on his performance to date, he gets an A+++. He's done a fabulous job. And I can't imagine another politician who could have done this much this fast. So, but if you look at what they've achieved, I don't think they need Trump anymore. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to get rid of him, but if they want to get rid of him with Epstein, they can. It will work.
Nope.
Yeah,
I just
I'm so surprised that, like, to me, it's quite obvious that Trump is on the list because they were besties. But if he's on the list, and he knows, of course, he will be on the list, why was he making Epstein so important during his campaign?
So, if they even got Catherine Austin Fitz, because I think she knows, but everybody's like, oh, yeah, you know, oh, yeah, he supports Trump. Oh, he's a big Trumper. Now, and this guy's good. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from him, from any of his information or anything like that. But when it comes to the Q, you know, because certain people are like, oh, it's all stupid and everything. Hold on a second. All right. Sorry about that. But if people are going to go after Q, now I look at it this way. It's like the people that follow Q and everything, and I'm not saying this to demean anybody at all, but they think at a higher frequency and a higher level than everybody else. Because if we're putting this shit together and future proofs past proofs future, all this shit, and they put it all in front of us. When you hear people, how they describe, you know, Q, and they're like, well, when you hear his explanation about it, I'm like, even Dino was like, what did he just say? I'm like, pfft, that's some stupid shit. But it's because people don't look into it. You know, if they leave all that information, and it's not like you just go to one place for all the information. I mean, we could use Scribd, but Scribd wouldn't have given us the information we have now. That's why we all started from somewhere and some bodies. Theo McConnell, Dylan Lewis Monroe. Top two, you're never going to budge that with me. Those are my top two. You know, they're actually both number ones. Be as filled with all of his information, and I will deposit something in the chat with all this shit because we know May 1st not. Then we have Dylan with all the maps. Now, if anybody in YouTube, it's what DSMP or New Templars. We have the site actually, I believe, in our permanent chats. But if you don't follow Dylan Lewis Monroe, I mean, we have all of his posters, all of his maps, and everything framed up because, well, when you put in a frame, what can you do with a frame with glass? You could use dry erase. So if you're looking up something and you want to just track that because he has lines. Well, it's behind me, but if you want to track any lines from any of them, like I have is one, the whole Moloch one on the wall right here. Like, I mean, it's loaded with information. I mean, I don't know how he gets it, but Dylan is on a level all on his own in this. I mean, that man could tell me that the sun ain't going to come up tomorrow, and I'm just going to assume we're just going to fucking sleep until whenever the sun decides to come up. I mean, he's that big in this. And if anybody should get an award, it's him, by far, because he's kept me sane. Do you feel that Lana Saving is part of the Patriot Pacification Program? The Patriot Pacification Program. I haven't heard of that. The Pacification Program. Yeah, Bishop Larry Gators. His are long too. He's got like 3-hour ones, but he goes in the depths of the whole spell casting and there's just if anybody could Carol put a link, put Dylan's link in the Rumble chat. If somebody could put that in the YouTube chat, that'd be great. But I'm gonna go ahead and play this.
Because of course it would backfire at some point. It doesn't seem logical for Trump to use Epstein as a trump card in the campaign.
Well, why is he saying everything's fake now? Because it is. It's like, why is everybody asking about him, right? Why do you think Trump is doing this? Because it's out of his hands. We could go back in the drops and show where Sessions started the Epstein investigation. First term, right? So he appointed Huber, right? Because so far we've got a Durham report, a Horowitz report. What report are we missing? The Huber report. That's speed, 88. Huber and Horowitz. Because it's that massive. Because it's not just them, right? That's where the 470 attorneys come into play. The 470th Military Intelligence Brigade. That's why military is the only way. Trump's just cute. He's like, hey, yeah, when the military's done, when they bring the shit, cool, we got it. But he's playing it off like, yeah, I'm on the list. Just like the shit they're saying with Melania, dragging her name through the mud, saying Trump met Melania through Epstein. You get fucked. He's stupid. I mean, do people understand that Trump likes lawsuits, right? And he doesn't lose at them because look at all the law firms he has all under his disposal. So you have all these Democrats. Oh, we're going to assume. It's like, okay, well, which law firm are you going to use? Because you want to use that one. Then you have to use another one. Okay, we're going to use that one instead. He has retainers on all of them. He's literally like, these people are so fucked. They don't even realize it, but we have to let it play out. Israel's last for a reason not mentioned here. Well, pick a reason. Demona. I mean, them having nukes. Them completely infiltrating our entire society with communism. Where? So now when they say, oh, they get rid of Trump with Epstein, no, they can't. Because anybody with half a brain that still remembers, who's the only person that participated and gave the FBI everything they need to know about Epstein? It was Donald John Trump. Nobody else. He did. He's a germaphobe. Why would he be sleeping around with porn stars? Especially right there. You should just look at Stormy Daniels, which is not Horseface. Horseface is Claire Bronfman, Nexium. She raced a lot of horses too. And she looks like a horse. But then you have him with her, and then who got lured in that? Michael Cohen. I got one Jew. He's just catching them all. That's all he's doing.
So I don't know if he was using a lot in the campaign. I think Kash Patel was using it a lot, and I think Dan Bongino was using it a lot.
Well, at least his team was using it, right? So, and also all his supporters were vocal about it, and he could have stopped it back then already, and now it's too late to get the genie back in the bottle.
So here's who pushed it, and I didn't realize this until recently, because I was very early on in saying QAnon was a hope porn and ridiculous and not to pay any attention to it. But what I didn't understand was QAnon made a very big deal about Epstein and pedophilia and Trump secretly cleaning it all up. And, basically the Democrats were engaged in pedophilia and they were at the heart of Epstein, and Trump was going to secretly clean it all up. So
remember, QAnon. There is no such thing as QAnon. We've already established that. There's Q and there's Anons. There is no QAnon.
QAnon apparently made a huge deal about Epstein. And, that is seriously, in my opinion, and I say this because I know many people trapped in it, it's a cult. It's just a completely adult fairy tale. But they believed it. And so now that he's coming out and saying, oh, it was a hoax, Epstein is a hoax, it flies completely in the face of the cult. So now we've got a really big problem. And I don't know why he didn't put it back in the box.
So, once again, they think that, they put all these in there, and it's like, oh, yeah, well, that's back then. None of that happened. It's like, future proves past.
I don't know why.
Yeah, and it's too late now, I think, especially since Musk is saying he's on the list. To me, it all seems like a trick to, in the end, get rid of Trump and then continue with Vance, who's already part of the Palantir and Peter Thiel gang anyway.
No. Just like anything else, Trump is not going to sit here and telegraph any of his moves. None. So now we look at this. Well, what's he going to do now? Nothing. We wait. Because he already dispatched the 2 subs. So we know why they dispatched the 2 subs. Israel's asked for a reason not mentioned here. Well, if their subs are carrying nukes and they deactivated, the interdimensional extraterrestrials, and I know people are going to be like, oh, God, he believes in all that. It's like, you don't? Because if you think we're the smartest ones here, man, then we're all fucked. Because there are some very high up beings that appear to us in human form that are playing us all out. And when people find out who the head ones are, well, the marriage was complete. Norman Vincent Peale married him. Crystal Cathedral. California, Orange County. He didn't get married in a church. Not at all. But now with Epstein, you see all the stuff with Epstein coming up, and everybody's like, oh, well, hey, I got all the files on my desk and everything like that. What files do you have on your desk? They're all fake files. They're all fraudulent files because they took them all out during the first term. So now, the second term, that's when they started manufacturing evidence, saying, oh, Trump's on this, Trump's on that. It's like everybody's worried about the flight logs. It's like, we don't want the flight logs. We want the helicopter logs and we want the boating logs. That's what we want. That will tell you who went to this damn island. There's no landing strip on the island. And then, not to mention, isn't it funny that President Trump gave a certain leader, I believe it was in Qatar, when he opened up the folder, and there was a tennis racket patent in it. It's like, well, and I think it was Qatar. Why would there be a tennis racket patent inside the thing? Well, remember, Epstein had a tennis court on his island. Even though it was on a hill, it was still painted on there. So now when Trump's like, oh yeah, he's on the list, we released the list. It's like, yeah, go ahead. Release it. Because now they're all fucked. Because now you've got Massey on our side. Even though Trump and Massey are, it's like, guys, they're doing tit for tat. They're literally playing out the risk book in real time.
If the people who run the system want Trump out, they can use Epstein to do it. It will work. And they can get him out by the end of the year if they want.
So, if the people at the top want to get rid of him, right? They get rid of him by the end of the year. He already beat them to the punch. Because remember, military has everything. Because after 9/11, what happened? All the special access programs, the CIA, FBI, and everything like that, they also had to share all their intelligence with the military. Why do you think we're using the military for this? What is the one group that cannot be corrupted? The United States Marine Corps, guys. They're the president's men. Also, the Marine Corps what was it? Marine Corps, it's like their southern intelligence. It's in New Orleans, but also they have one in Doral. The 6 zeros, six X's. That NATO sign is 6 X's, and then you have 6 zeros in this. They're playing tic-tac-toe. Now,
mind you, that audio clip was from the time period when everything was going crazy over Epstein. Since then, Epstein has kind of died down. But the part that I wanted you to be aware of was the part about the control grid. And then there was something else that came out, an accusation that J.D. Vance was down with Peter Thiel and all the rest of these groups of people. And see, these are little rabbit holes that we need to explore. And the reason why I say we explore these rabbit holes, because if there's any truth there, now I'll tell you where I stand on the Epstein thing. I've said it over and over and over again. I said what she said about QAnon. It was QAnon that started this, because nobody knew about Epstein Island until QAnon made it a big thing. And I said that QAnon was artificial intelligence. I'm still going to tell you that QAnon is artificial intelligence. There's no way a human being is going to pinpoint all those data points and just keep on doing it. Now, the original QAnon probably was some of the good guys. The QAnon that people are looking at right now, that is AI.
This is how retarded he is. What QAnon are we looking at now that isn't the same fucking QAnon we've been looking at in the past? It's the same website. It's the same drops. So where do you get the AI from?
Sorry, it's AI. It's obvious that it's AI because it did a whole grid and it's updating the grid based upon events.
Updating the grid based on events. No. It's more like it is the highest form of pattern recognition we've ever seen. So, since we've looked through history, and history does repeat itself, well, history has to repeat itself twice now. Like that. Because who's going to rewrite all this history?
Tracking all the events that have happened. And so in order, you have to have all these possibilities laid in front of you. This possibility, this possibility, this. That's a damn AI. It may be the earliest, it may be DARPA AI, the original black box from 2008. The ones that, you know, hell, that were completely allowed to roam free and develop other languages amongst themselves. Because that happened. Everything, in fact, everything that you see with AI right now, that you see the open AI people and Anthropic people talking about, were things that DARPA was saying they were experiencing 10, 12, 13 years ago. So we're gonna table the whole issue of QAnon because I don't want to go down that road. But I want you to just think for a second. We'll put some weight on what she says based upon our own research. Many times people add weight and credibility to what someone says without doing any research, without going to look for themselves. They add weight and credibility. So how do we go look for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen? Let's go take a look. Hold on. Just for the record, this has been divided, probably be divided in 3 parts. But let's just go. Let's go. So here we are at Catherine Austin Fitz Twitter page. Let's go a little further.
Now, what we're going to show you here is what not to do when you're researching. I mean, you're just going to Twitter page. What are you going to find there?
And let's take a look. Fast approaching digital control grid. Checklist of Trump administration actions to date, July 17th, 2025. A complete re-engineering of U.S. government through digital systems is.
You see this? They're all fucking with us. Oh, God. Let me see. One sec, guys. Where is it? Oh, did you guys hear about Mark Carney calling Trump yesterday? He just hung up on him. I wonder why, right? I'm only leaving this up for a sec, guys. Yeah. No reason why. Sorry, I can't do it. Let's see. 1 second here. Shit, what would be under? Damn it. Fuck. Well, I'll find it, but when they showed the Trojan horse, right? It's like, oh my God. It's like, you guys, why is it that we have also a photo that's actually tagged Mueller with a Trojan horse on it as well? Because remember, we saw Mueller, Rosenstein, all that in kill boxes, right? Even Comey. But remember, Comey was signing documents as Corney, Corney. I mean, I don't know why, because he's a clone. The real ones, they have put away. You have your public and your private. It's just like Hillary. Why do you think, I don't know, Elizabeth Warren's falling out, Chuck Schumer's falling out, everybody's falling out? It's the bridge. The basic registry for identified global entities. It is cloning. They suck at it too. Well, we've gotten really good at it. I mean, as you can see, a lot of these are clones. They're not people with masks. Fucking CIA and all that shit, they were doing the shit with masks back in the fucking 80s. So why would they be using masks now? Wouldn't make much sense, right? I mean, if you want to show that you're fucking, the technology's there, because as well, why does this thing, Comey, right? Because everybody's like, oh, Comey's this, Comey's that. I'm still leaning on the fence that he's gray, white, not white hat, but a gray hat. Because, well, 8647 he put out, everybody's like, oh, he's going after Trump. It's like, go back 8,647 days. It's 9/11, 2001. So he's just pointing that out. See here. But then his daughter, right? She gets fired because of Diddy, right? Well, there was a post he put out yesterday, right? This about the Sydney Sweeney. And he changed it. Because we were watching something and it said Sydney Sweeney jeans are flying of the shelf. Flying of the shelf. It was missing an F, right? So, if we just use our little simple stuff here, the con, right? DEF CON. If you're missing an F, right? So, off, but then he changed it. I'll try to find the video because there's a video that actually had it on there. I think it was Gouveia. I think it was Robert Gouveia or it was Professor Nez. But if there was an F missing, right? If C before D, right? C before D could also be Crazy Days and Nights. Because we have another video. You would not believe the videos that he has been putting up the whole fucking time. I mean, so the con, right? D-E-F. You're missing the F, right? Diddy, Epstein, missing the F. I mean, could be. I mean, there's so many different angles this goes, but why not that one? Also, I wanted to bring this up because they mentioned it in a... The we printed this one when we had the black and white printer. That's no, I need the whole damn book, guys. Where is it? Jagoffs. I'm gonna put this in the YouTube chat. So here's a William Guy Carr book, Pawns in the Game. It's all right here, 203 pages. So if anybody wants to read it, it's right here. So I'll make sure everybody does have it because I want to do that. Oh, and also Auntie Colette. I guess she went to the hospital tonight. She's going to get I think a CAT scan, MRI, something like that. So if you know, everybody could send out their prayers for Auntie Colette because fuck, she's one of them bad bitches. She's ride or die. I mean, you guys know, but when you meet people in person, oh, it puts a whole new layer on things. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So I did see in the chat that. Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, let's see. What the fuck is it? Sorry, guys. Oh, here it is. Yep. So, I was spying in the chat a little bit, and I did see somebody mention Lookout Mountain. Well, 10 days ago.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the podcast. I wanted to talk a little bit about Lookout Mountain, Wonderland Avenue, Laurel Canyon's Lookout Mountain, the 180 Center, and Jared Leto's Echelon. Now, in 1947, the U.S. military established a clandestine property that housed a secret film unit deep in Laurel Canyon, California. The property was called Lookout Mountain Air Force Station, and it housed the 1352nd Photographic Group and Motion Picture Squadron. Between 1947 and 1969, the address of Wonderland Avenue in the Hollywood Hills became the nexus between military and the Hollywood. That's why the U.S. Air Force is often referred to as the military branch of the Silicon Valley clique. It's where a lot of groundbreaking innovation began for both the Air Force and Hollywood's progression in film. Few documents related to Lookout Mountain were only recently declassified, while the majority of films and docs still remain classified. The studio was fully surrounded by an electrified fence, and its existence remained relatively unknown to the general public until it hit the real estate market in the 1970s. The compound had a soundstage, screening rooms, processing labs, kernels, cameras, and clearance. A staff of filmmakers, both military and civilian, with top secret security clearance, worked alongside talented producers, writers, directors, cameramen, editors, and animators. Many had worked at Warner Brothers or MGM, Universal, RKO Pictures.
Now think about the Holocaust.
Some of these staff members are the ones who worked on Dumbo and Fantasia for Disney. The positions of atomic cinematographers were assigned to those who navigated to test sites in the Nevada desert or Pacific Islands to capture footage of exploding bombs. Other staff members waited back at the lab for the footage to be brought back to Laurel Canyon for editing and post-production. And the film projects featured well-known Hollywood actors and voiceover narrators. You had Bob Hope, Jimmy Stewart, Hedda Hopper, James Garner, Juliet Prowse, Gregory Peck, the list goes on and on, Bing Crosby, Walter Cronkite. The biggest of the big, Walt Disney himself, dropped by often, as did Ronald Reagan, Marilyn Monroe, and executives from MGM and Warner Brothers. And this is where 3D techniques and VistaVision were in development. During its 22 years of operation, Lookout Mountain produced roughly 6,500 classified films for the Department of Defense and the Atomic Energy Commission. And test series included Operation Greenhouse, Operation Teapot, and Operation Buster Jangle. Nearly all of the Cold War's iconic images would not exist without it. What vintage rolls of film survived remain in high security vaults. Only a fraction of the films have been reanalyzed and declassified. Many films and photos were rarely credited to Lookout Mountain and became misplaced, lost, or destroyed due to no real systematic effort to preserve them. Some of the test films were located in a vault at Los Alamos National Laboratory. That's the New Mexico installation that played a large role in the Manhattan Project to develop the first atomic bomb. Everybody is trying to get these documents and see these early films. And this installation also housed men and women who handled propaganda, intelligence collecting, mass surveillance, industrial espionage, and experiments in counterculture and sexpionage. Operations were conducted to investigate any means of giving the United States a leg up on foreign adversaries. They had special film projects.
So, are you sure it was to give the U.S. a leg up? Or was it to give Israel? Because if they were messing with Hollywood and all these 6,500 hidden films and all these operations, so how about all those films of the Holocaust done by the U.S. Army Civil Corps? I mean,
Film training aids included everything from diplomatic missions to civil defense and survival techniques to tricks, techniques, and technology for gaining information from an opponent. Now, Lookout Mountain Laboratory doesn't deny their scope ventured outside of the realm of war and film because it was a laboratory, not just a film studio. There wasn't just the staff that worked inside Lookout Mountain. The hub splintered out into every artery of Laurel Canyon. The area was covered in intelligent spooks and scientists. The canyon was treated as a petri dish for human experimentation. LSD was handed out like candy, and the rock and roll music scene was in full effect, all thought to be measures of controlling the public's desire to engage in anti-war revolution. If the people were all drugged or high or off having sex, they were quite preoccupied and unable to pull any sort of movement together. It is rumored that the honeypot operation was perfected by intelligence operatives linked to San Francisco and the Laurel Canyon Laboratory. The use of narcotics like LSD and free sex to trap people and experiment with MKUltra to achieve desired results. Due to the access, the laboratory had all these good-looking people in Hollywood. There is thought to have been 2 different honeypot studios. The first is the Romeo Sparrow situation, where a Romeo or good-looking male lures someone important, or you have Sparrow, the good-looking female who lures someone important in.
Sparrow red in the drops.
The second would be intelligence, hiring up drug addict prostitutes to do their bidding for them. Research was centered around brothel situations in which prostitutes were given drugs or money to run a short script. They bring a guy in and either offer him a drink dosed with LSD, or the prostitute would excuse herself from the room to freshen up while the room was secretly filled with LSD unbeknownst to the guy. The prostitute would then use sex to get the man to divulge information he normally wouldn't have. The tactic proved useful and has been used for decades in countless real counterintelligence and sexpionage operations. The CIA has been able to successfully flip prime ministers, spies, and heads of state simply by sending in a mistress. In one instance, a pregnant mistress was able to get her prime minister lover to aid the U.S. in an operation he normally would have opposed.
Now, I mentioned 47 to 65, right? What year was Israel created?
He had no idea she was an agent. Now, one of the popular male madams during this time was a guy named Billy Briers. He was an oil heir, part-time gay adult film producer. He ran a brothel at the summit of Laurel Canyon that was frequented by spooks and celebs. Briers even claims that former FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover frequented the brothel and was one of his #1 clients. Now, if it sounds crazy, remember that actress Joan Crawford and MGM publicity fixer Eddie Mannix allegedly threatened to expose Hoover for his misdeeds if he couldn't convince the FBI to destroy Joan Crawford's early sex tapes. Stories like this with the same underlying theme give the notion that apparently lots was going on. By 1969, the covert film studio was discontinued after the world's nuclear powers moved testing underground, and personnel and equipment were relocated to Norton Air Force Base, California. The facility was decommissioned and sold at auction. And by the 1970s, the property changed hands multiple times between an Indian film producer, a real estate developer, and a computer developer. No one could seem to hold on to the property. By 1994, after redevelopment to make it a more livable facility, the 1.7-acre property hit the market for the asking price of $750,000. Artist Mark Lipscomb and lawyer Judge John Ladner purchased the property to use the 8-bedroom, 12-bathroom compound as a home residence. Features included a bomb shelter, helicopter landing pad, climate-controlled vaults, and underground parking garages. But the owner after them is interesting, because by 1997, Jared Leto was already an actor, and the government begins declassifying films produced at Lookout Mountain. Films such as Hollywood Pictures, which is a Disney subdivision company, Prefontaine, a 1997 biographical film chronicling the life of U.S. long-distance runner Steve Prefontaine, the son of a U.S. Army World War II vet. And Jared Leto played the title character. Since the film was classified, it tells us aspects of the film were linked to Lookout Mountain. And then in 1998, Leto formed the band 30 Seconds to Mars, and fans coined themselves Echelon. Echelon was developed in 1971, the same year that Jared was actually born, and was codenamed for a top-secret government multilateral surveillance and intelligence alliance operated by the US, UK, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. It would come to be known as Five Eyes. It was a satellite signal intercept that was meant to monitor military and diplomatic communications of the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Echelon went on to evolve beyond its military origins into a global mass surveillance system for interception of communications. Documents leaked by former NSA contractor Edward Snowden revealed that Echelon was very important to NSA, who monitored not just foreign communication, but communications of private U.S. citizens. Critics said the system emerged from the Cold War as Big Brother without a cause. Alleged examples of industrial espionage conducted by Echelon: U.S. agents intercepted the phone calls of Diana, Princess of Wales, right until she died in Paris car crash with Dodi Fayed in 1997. The NSA currently holds 1,056 pages of classified information about Princess Diana, which has been classified as top secret because their disclosure could reasonably be expected to cause exceptionally grave damage to national security. The documents would disclose sources and methods of U.S. intelligence gathering. An official insisted that the references to Diana in intercepted conversations were incidental and that she was never a target of the NSA eavesdropping. In the next episode, we're going to talk about Jared Leto and how he came to live at Lookout Mountain and exactly how he grew up in the shadows of the CIA and everything that he's done, including his cult and all of the other things that he has been accused of. But that's for next time, you guys. I will talk to you later.
So yeah, there's that. Also, I'm going to put these in the chat.
Hey everybody, welcome to...
Okay, I'm going to put these two in the chat, but we're not going to watch them because they're like 45 minutes each. So, these two, and now I've got to go back and binge watch all of his shit because there's a two-part journey, right? I'll pause it right there. So, Wayfair, Old English Clubs, European Royalty, and how it all leads to Stanley Kubrick Part 1. The second one's 45 minutes long as well. You know, I mean, you know, for us, I mean, you know, I was listening to some of it, and I'm just like, you get burnt out just by listening to all the same shit. And I'll put this one there too, because this one was 6 months ago, and this one kind of found it weird. But the small world of the Tig Soho house and the Bronfman family. So, Tig Soho, that could be ST, Soho Tig house, right? You know, the whole conspiracy will not fly the high again, you know, space trip, who fucking knows? But if it's tied to the Bronfman family and a clean house is necessary, but also, what if? Just saying, what if? Didn't Trump tell the Senate that they have to stay and get this shit done? Get all these appointments in? So I don't know if the Senate is still active right now. But if they are, that's good for us. Because remember, the House is on vacation. I guess you could call it that. You know, I get fucking 50 vacations a year. Jesus. I mean, seriously, how many vacations can you possibly get? Tuesday, that was yesterday. I want to say, all right. So we have our lovely ladies. This will be the welcome to Patriot Plus, Cactus 64. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And we're still working. We're working on what days can be good to have the Q&A and everything. We're gonna have once a month for everybody that's on, you know, the tiered levels of Rumble and YouTube. So we're gonna fix that. But also they have damn it, where now is it? The ladies are having another Q&A think it's this week. I think it is. So I did put this in the chat.
They will cause a productive leap in our economy. But these kinds of physical economic deals are why the City of London and Wall Street tried to jail him or kill him outright. They saw his potential to do just this. Just listen to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick talking about the deals with Korea and Japan.
You've got over $10 trillion of factories that are going to be built in America, and that's going to empower it. And then the last piece, and this is new, and this was maybe the coolest thing I've ever worked on in my whole life. We got Japan gave us $550 billion. South Korea gave us $350. That's $900 billion into a national security and economic partner, fund, if you will, managed by Donald Trump, where America gets 90% of the profits. And these guys bought down their tariff by setting up this fund so Donald Trump can say, let's pay for that Alaska pipeline. Let's build nuclear, right? Let's build ships in America. And you're going to see us building ships in America, semiconductors in America, power, energy and power. You ain't seen nothing like drill, baby, drill when you give 900. Now that is going to be drill, baby, drill.
But if you watched the news last week, you wouldn't know this. Similarly, the stories about the declassified materials from John Durham continue to paint the Russiagate hoax as a domestic affair. We showed you last week that it wasn't. The headlines you see are just the markers in a deadly war going on now between the revived American system of economy Trump is creating and the dying New World Order accustomed to wiping out its opposition. That's been Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. The American system, they thought they ended that when John F. Kennedy was assassinated. I'm Barbara Boyd, and I've been following the economic battle since 1974 and the coup against Trump since 2016. They are not separate stories. In this video, I'm going to first show you the dramatic economic...
Just for those scoring at home, she's been researching. My mom was 16.
Revolution Trump has set into motion. Then I'm going to compare that with George Soros's New World Order, the destructive regime Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Joe Biden all serve. I'll end by coming back to the declassification and security state battle, what we now know and what needs to come next. But if you haven't already, now would be a good time to go to the Promethean Action website and become a paying member. So last week, Trump essentially ended the Green New Deal. It started first with the EPA, which rejected a 2009 Obama rule called the endangerment finding. That rule said that the EPA found that cars emitted greenhouse gases, the EPA could regulate them out of existence. That's the basis for all the electric vehicle mandates and all the fuel standards now in use, which have made owning a car or a truck so very, very expensive. Also last week, the Department of Energy issued an experts report thoroughly debunking the green climate religion. Here's what Energy Secretary Wright said about it. The rise of human flourishing over the past 2 centuries is a story worth celebrating. Yet we are told relentlessly that the very energy systems that enable this progress now pose an existential threat. Climate change is real and it deserves attention, but it is not the greatest threat facing humanity. Under the green religion imposed on the world beginning in 1992, the industrial economies of the United States and Europe were dismantled. Vital industries were shipped off to China. The climate change religion justified ending all advanced energy production, ending industrial economies, ending childbirth itself in order to save the planet. The intent was to impose a feudal form of society on this country, with decentralized city-states, fueled by primitive solar and wind energy, all of it ruled by a new generation of oligarchs. We were a colony again, sending our farm and petroleum products to the world and importing practically everything else. Everyone's energy costs skyrocketed as a result of this. And those energy costs became the most important driver of the general inflation we all experienced in the last 4 years. Now, as manufacturing and industry return to the country, energy demand is soaring. This is what Secretary Wright posted on X on Saturday. On Monday, the continental U.S. consumed more electricity than it ever has before, more than 757,999 megawatt hours, an all-time record. Energy demand is only growing. Thankfully, we have President Trump's energy dominance agenda. And the energy agenda now is advanced energy, particularly nuclear energy, for the first time since 1979. Here again is Secretary Wright.
And so as you look at the challenges ahead, nuclear and getting that online is going to be something that you're really focused on.
It is. Like the nuclear industry took off after World War II. In the first 25 years, we licensed and put under construction 130 nuclear reactors at over 80 power plants. Then we created the NRC, or really we split the Atomic Energy Commission into the NRC to regulate nuclear power and the Department of Energy to promote and advance the technology. And what's happened since then is we've licensed and built 2 new reactors in 45 years after over 100 in 25 years. So clearly something's got to change there.
So you're optimistic. I mean, you seem like an optimistic guy, but you're optimistic sitting in this seat.
Is America. We put people on the moon. Can we build nuclear reactors again? Absolutely. Is it going to be a challenge? Do a lot of things have to change to get this ball rolling again? Yes. But can we do it? Yes, we can, and yes, we will.
At the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit in July, well over $50 billion in advanced energy project financing was announced from our own private sector. The gigantic trade deals with Korea, Japan, and the EU show how Trump's American system tariff policies are drawing major new revenue into the country to pay down the debt, major capital investments into the country, and onshoring new technologically advanced manufacturing capacities. Remember that I led with Commerce Secretary Lutnick telling you that South Korea and Japan are giving almost $1 trillion outright for use by President Trump to deploy as he wants to build out our electrical and manufacturing infrastructure. But that's not all that's in these deals. Korea is committed to helping us rebuild our ship manufacturing ability, wholesale, here, using their modern modular manufacturing technique.
What kind of ships? Anyone?
They're starting that at the Hanwha Philly shipyard in Pennsylvania and the Huntington Ingalls shipyard in Virginia with American workers. If you look at the physical economy of manufacturing, mining, energy production, shipbuilding, AI and ship factories, and the infrastructure to sustain them, you see the lights going on all over the country. These investments now top $10 trillion between U.S. and foreign partners, and more is coming. For the generations which saw these lights systematically turned off, this is the most exciting story, but it's not being reported. Compare that with the New World Order we've been living through. When the Soviet Union collapsed, Germany and certain forces in the United States thought that an economic alliance between Germany's then powerful industrial capacities and Russia's massive resource base could launch a human renaissance of economic development throughout Eurasia. But the ruling Anglo-American elites would have none of it. They imposed instead what they called the New World Order. Now, most Americans experienced this by watching their jobs outsourced overseas. The future was presented as a world government with subsidies to live on, drugs, porn, and video games as entertainments.
Who does that sound like to you guys? Yeah, them.
1991 was when the climate hoax made its first appearance. At the same time, they changed the mission of NATO's intelligence and security services. In 1993, George Soros himself wrote a piece called Toward a New World Order, The Future of NATO. It called for this new agenda. Its targets were Russia and the United States. He said that all stability after World War II came from the Cold War between the Soviet and American blocs. He said that the Soviet Union falling meant that chaos would soon reign. So NATO, he said, now had to become involved in, and I quote, the building of democratic states and open societies and embedding in them a structure which precludes certain kinds of behavior. The United States, he said, would not be called upon to act as policemen of the world. When it acts, it would act in conjunction with others. Incidentally, he noted, the combination of manpower from Eastern Europe with the technical capabilities of NATO would enhance the military potential of NATO because it would reduce the risk of body bags of NATO, which is the main constraint on the willingness of NATO nations to act. That, he said, is a viable alternative to the looming world disorder. It's not hard to see in this reference to manpower from Eastern Europe as the cannon fodder from NATO military action, the emergence of the war in Ukraine. Ukraine is, after all, in Eastern Europe, and it has been targeted to be the cannon fodder for a war with Russia ever since. Russia, of course, is Soros's lifelong enemy. Russia stands in the way of conquest of Eurasia, which has been the British geopolitical goal for centuries, along with absorption of what they call the former colony, the United States. It's also not hard to see NATO's present censorship and propaganda regimes meant to peacefully prevent, as Soros says, certain kinds of behaviors. We were drawn into each of these new wars, starting with the Bosnia War against Russia in 1992. September 11, 2001, saw the dawn of a full-scale assault on the Constitution itself and the birth of the modern surveillance, censorship, and propaganda state in our country. Now, in Saturday's video, I said the most important thing in John Durham's now declassified annex about Russiagate is the role being played by the two men at George Soros's Open Society Eurasia desk and their contacts in NATO think tanks. They are in on the coup against Trump at the highest operational level. It was never a domestic U.S. operation. It was a color revolution conducted by British intelligence and NATO and their captive think tanks and American Tories. Contrast what I just laid out about the total economic transformation of the world Trump is unleashing and George Soros's plans for a world empire. That plan by Soros was completely embraced by Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Joe Biden. These are two different and completely irreconcilable worlds. That's why they threw all caution to the winds to get rid of Trump and why he still remains in danger. The Justice Department and Tulsi Gabbard are now working on a criminal conspiracy prosecution covering the entirety of the 10-year coup. But the full story and its significance will be lost if the activities of the British, NATO, Ukraine, and other globalist entities in the coup is not declassified. That includes everything concerning the assassination attempts against Donald Trump. Right now, the DOJ has classified certain information about the Ukraine-based assassin Ryan Wesley Ruth in his Florida criminal trial. That may be necessary for purposes of the trial, but both the president and the American people are entitled to know what exactly Ruth's connections to the intelligence services are. The same renewed investigation and declassification mandate holds true for the events of September 11, 2001. We need that reckoning. Once again, the media wants to bait us into reading half-truths and sensational stories which hide the real sensational story they refuse to comprehend. On Thursday, Susan and I will again answer your questions, but we're also thinking about focusing on what exactly Trump has done in these miraculous first 6 months. He has unleashed an economic revolution, and he's taking down the deep state brick by brick. So make sure you're signed up. That way you'll be notified so you can participate. Thanks very much for listening.
Thanks for watching.
Man, do I love them women. Cactus 64. She has a daughter to sing. I needed to be my mother-in-law. Yeah. You probably send adoption papers. It's like, we're not looking for anything financial from you. At all. It's like, we just... But I mean, hell, they're giving us information for free, so why not? So when it comes to the songs today, I've got 3 of them I'm going to play, and they're videos, and I will put them in the YouTube chat, because I got these off YouTube, so there's no videos, just music. But yeah, these are, I think you're going to like these. Give me 1 second.
It's just me in my garden with the birds. I believe. I love the long days, don't want summer running away. Weeping willows giving shade, underneath the trees I am safe. I am, I am. It's just oh, the golden age is coming through, like a phoenix rising, bright and true. Otis 47 got him on the run. A new dawn breaks with the morning sun. Fragile hands hold the world in place. Dreams collide in this fragile space. The birth and pains of a brand new time echo strong in the church bells chime. Hold the line, the fight ain't done. History's page just begun. Oh, the golden age is coming through, like a phoenix rising, bright and true. Otis 47 got him on the run. A new dawn breaks with the morning sun. Deep state crumbles like a house of cards. The game was rigged, but we played it hard. Awakening spreads from sea to shore. A fragile time, but we're keeping score. The halls creak loud where the whispers spin. Old papers burn, but the truth leaks in. Shadows danced in a smoky room, but daylight cracks and ends the gloom. Oh, the golden age is coming through, like a phoenix rising, bright and true. Otis 47 got him on the run. A new dawn breaks with the morning sun. Fragile hands hold the world in place. Dreams collide in this fragile space. The birth and pains of a brand new time. Oh, the golden age is coming through, like a phoenix rising, bright and true. Otis 47 got him on the run. A new dawn breaks with the morning sun. Fragile hands hold the world in place. Dreams collide in this fragile space. The birth and pains of a brand new time. The birth and pains of a brand new time echo strong in the church bells chime. Hold the line, the fight ain't done. History's page just begun. Oh, the golden age is coming through, like a phoenix rising, bright and true. Otis 47 got him on the run. A new dawn breaks with the morning sun. Deep state crumbles like a house of cards. fragile space. The birth and pains of a brand new time echo strong in the church bells chime. Hold the line, the fight ain't done. History's page just begun. Page just begun.
Account for videos to play because awesome. Also, I saw in the YouTube chat, Elaine DeGagne. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I think there's a question, but for some reason the chat in the YouTube thing, it only goes up so high. I don't have it extended. So if you could, I know there was a question that you had. If you're still in the chat, if you could get that question to me, awesome. Let's see. Let's see one sec, guys. I don't know if she's in the chat more. We'll go one more. the fuck away from everything. Do you notice that? He swore upon the Bible, upon the corporation. You're not a part of the republic, sir. But somebody has to go down with the ship. It ain't going to be Trump. That Saint Martin airplane take off and people on the beach get blown around. Yes. Okay. You know what? Let me. Let's see. Let's see if I find one here. Oh. Thank you, Lala. There's the video for this one. This is the only one you need, right here. So that pretty much says it all. Try doing that buying a jet. Right? No. They've been lying to us about everything. So it is, well, 9:08. We got to call it because that's 17. Awesome. Want to thank everybody for being here. You know, we do this out of love. You know, it just, there's just so much of it that it's, yeah. So tomorrow we do have with Cranker's Pit, I'll be on there. So we'll be on tomorrow live at 7 p.m. And then Thursday we'll be back here on WeNotMe at 5 p.m. And then well, I wouldn't say a couple days off because you never take a day off, it seems. Because you can't. I mean, we're still catching up from when we were gone. So, but what do you think of Trump saying Biden dead since 2020? Oh yeah. Yeah. They executed him. Because let me see. Let's see this. Oh, shit, there it is. Ah. Let's see. Where was that? Let's see. Oh, here we go. So there's this. It says my CSMB's feed crapped out and I hit reload and it resumed quickly like this. I fucking gasped but quickly realized there's a rendering error. Sorry, Kimosabi. Especially Dr. 47. He's the 47th president, guys. Shit, that could be 11/6 too. 12:08 p.m. That's 11. 1/20/21. That's a 6 or an 8. Let's count to 20. So yeah, there's a lot. Or we save everything. Let's see. Let's see. I think that's the one we have. But yeah, it's the whole thing about the whole inauguration is just junk, garbage. Remember, they made the deal. When they talk about deals, 3 of them made a deal. It was Jill, Hunter, and Joe. So now, instead of trashing his whole legacy is trashed anyways. But now it's going to get even more trashed. Oh, they got Biden early too. I think it was 20, because you have to check his ears. Because remember, he had, because if you look at his ears when he's looking at you, he has one attached earlobe and one unattached. Doesn't work that way at all. So, want to thank everybody for stopping in, and we will catch you guys tomorrow night. All right.